debate, uncut and after show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Steve on the level, Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google. We are in the politics Discord server today, so hopefully it'll be a good fun time for everyone in that particular server. Hopefully, if this is going out on a premiering stream, one of my mods will stick a link to the Discord server so you can join and hopefully take part in future events. But with that, I'll hand across to Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
More like resurrected.
We had the CERN physicist. Yeah, he also left. He rage quit.
Was that his handle? Was that actually his handle?
Rhetoric, yeah.
Yeah.
The CERN physicist.
No, Franco, I think his name was.
Yeah,
Wasn't it Franco?
Yeah,
or something.
Franco or something like that. And he was like, "Yeah, he was a physics teacher that worked at CERN, and he got wrecked."
Well, there was a guy who DM'd me and told me that that's what he was, because I was getting a lot of DMs while I was talking, and yeah, the guy in the back chat was telling me that that's who he is, and some other guys were telling me to look out for some of the guys that come in there, that some of them are just trolls and stuff. So I was kind of aware of like the people that were coming up to speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun though.
But for those that just joined, one of the best moments of the stream was there was a guy that said that the reason why the doors and the photos on the wall in a really long corridor, like at a Vegas hotel that's like 40 or 50 yards long, like the whole wing of it. He said that they go down because the floor is curving with the earth.
They build buildings that way, according to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard.
My favorite point.
I'm trying to remember what her name is, but she's one of those debunkers on YouTube, like Amelia or something like that. And she said once that aircraft carriers are built to account for the curve of the Earth.
Oh my God!
So that way the airplane, when the airplane lands on the aircraft carrier, the curve of the Earth already taken into account.
But the interesting thing, though, we did last night, or actually within the 7-hour period that we were doing the X show, in the space, we were just kind of like handing the mic over to the people that came in there and go ahead and tell us, first of all, present the claim that the Earth is a globe if you think it is, and then give us the evidence to follow. And once people got the mic and came up because they wanted to speak, they had something on their mind. The first thing that they would do is complain about the forum. Well, even if I had evidence, you guys wouldn't accept it. And I'm like, dude, just if you have the evidence, present it. Like, that's all you got to do. It's pretty easy, right? And
What did? Sorry.
No, go on, Crit.
I'll say, what did Reds present? That you guys are dumb?
No, he's saying just rockets taking off in the parabolic arc, and also the ISS moving across the sky provide evidence that there is gas pressure without a container. That was his.
Oh,
That
okay.
was.
That's it.
Yeah. And I kind
Low
of
orbit and suborbital flight
yeah,
gas
I
pressure.
was telling him, I was like, so is that your argument for gas pressure without a container? He says, yeah, of course. Well, we know gravity's involved, and he was just, and I was like, and I told him what is gravity, right? Because I asked him specifically, and he just diverted away from that because he didn't want to talk about it. And APOC was like, "Oh, can we get back to the point that you didn't answer what gravity is?" Because he wasn't, he just didn't want to answer. And he started, he's like, "No, I guess because he's used to the forums that he's around, where they just allow him to just talk forever, and he was just, he didn't have the answer. Then after
I kept trying to hold him to it, but he wouldn't. He just wouldn't.
yeah, after all of that, I was like, so do you believe the Earth's a globe? Like, I mean, what is this, like a certain percentage or what is? I mean, he's like, yeah, you could basically say you could put on a slider. He said,
Yeah, the photos I posted in the side chat, those were his gift that he posted, that this is his proof that he took that photo from the Sky Tower Bridge and or whatever, and one's from 3 miles, one's from 24 miles, and that was his proof of curve. And he just
what
it
did
was
he
all
call
bad.
it? APOC? A blink test?
Yeah, he said I did a blink test. He's like, where you
What's it?
could line them
What in
up.
the world is a
So
blink test?
like what he does, like if it's this is a GIF, right? So like if it goes from the 3 mile one, and then it flashes the 24 mile one. That's the picture to the right, where it's smaller in picture, and he lines them up like accordingly to the horizon and the skyline. But here's
Mind,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, mind you, he didn't say that this was the direct evidence that the Earth is a globe. He said it's a collection of things, including
Oh
this.
yeah, yeah,
Like, yeah,
nonsense. And one thing I was thinking about, like technically, he's lining them up, but that's not the way it would be though optically, because it would be lower when you're that much farther away. So it's like he's forcing
yeah.
what he's seeing in reality to then
But let's
match
not. Yeah,
the other part.
we should just allow him to fall into his own trap because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you just allow him, just give him enough rope, man, he'll hang himself. Is the
Right.
case. So you like kind of don't need to put in any more that he's already not giving you. So just allow him to just walk into the trap because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And
Yeah.
I think that's because that's what I do when they come up to the platform to speak, okay, go ahead and present your evidence. And then they just complain about the forum and how we won't accept anything. And it's all it is.
Really weird.
All right, guys. All right, Alpha. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, one deck?
Which
Right. Trouble they've got, like, as soon as they start describing anything to do with the measurements, they automatically start talking about horizontal planes and elevation angles, sea level, which has got nothing to do with measuring curvature whatsoever. So that's why they steer away from that. Start talking about
Yeah,
things in the sky.
the crowd that we had on X tonight wasn't even close to that one deck. So
yeah, there was a couple times that I made mention about it, talking about, okay, so you took an angle to it. Okay, well then your GP establishes a 90 to your position, so that way you can make that angle, right? He just stood quiet there, like, all right. They didn't want to hear that.
Well, did you have like some sort of different forum going on, some sort of different platform? Did you have something going on, Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha, he started a space
X
on X.
spaces.
And how's it different? What have you been doing with that? Sorry, I've only just jumped in with Nathan. So what's going on there then? Is it the normal people that you have in, or new fresh faces?
no, yeah, fresh faces basically. So it's me and APOC. Jedi stopped by. Indio stopped by. But it's just like at the moment, it was just like me and APOC and Jedi. and then we had just a panel of like randos. So we had a bunch of people that were just randomly coming in, and of course with the hashtag and a certain bit of like people that retweet, we get more people. It's like an influx of new faces. So, and of course they don't know who we are, so it's almost seems like they mistake us for guys who want to talk about like speculative ideas, you know, domes and ice walls and all kinds of stuff. So we're kind of got to get them like to what we're specifically mentioning, and that's the evidence for the case of the Earth being a globe. So that's
Several of them made
You're like,
mention
you
of
ain't ready
falling
for
off
this,
the
son.
edge.
yeah.
You're basically playing with the mice again, are you, Alpha? Before you eat them.
Well, it doesn't seem like those guys are. I just honestly, you just chuck the mic at them, and they do the work for you because you really don't have to. Because it's okay. So I was presenting tonight the three questions, right? So curvature of the Earth, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. So, and when we were talking about it, we're just like, okay, do you guys have evidence that the globe Earth would substantiate the claim? And they came through and they didn't know how to articulate. It was just they're all over the place. They're complaining about the forum, and I had to many times redirect them back to what we were talking, the premise, right? What it's all about. Why are they coming up here? And I just made mention to them, guys. Listen, this is not a debate. Essentially, this would be like an interrogation, us asking you questions and you not providing the answer. So, and
Yeah,
and over again, I proved that point over and over again. They came up and they didn't answer the questions. They were obfuscating. So
Sorry to interrupt,
this is a
Alpha.
recording.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
Hash 1658. You just sat with your mic wide open, causing a bit of audio chaos. Can you close your mic, please?
Oh, AK?
No, hash 16. There we go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's AK. He kept going in and out.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
How's it going, Nathan?
Very well, thanks.
Hey, Neil. Well, that sounds interesting, Alphabet. Something a little bit different. Yeah, I didn't listen to any of that. Must have missed it with times and everything. But are you doing that on a weekly thing or nightly thing? I'll check it
Yeah,
out next time you're doing it.
on my days off of work, I get on and I want to see if I can start being on X a little more. Just just changing platforms and seeing what kind of people we got going on. Because they were saying that X has a new group of people that are there's a group called the Level Heads. They're like another flat Earth group, and they have they're doing spaces a lot, so they have their platform already established, and they're just I guess a bigger group of people over there. Their spaces gets to like 1,000 people, even I think from what I'm hearing, 300 to 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some numbers.
And if it's anything that I mean, what's happened in the last two times that we've done it already, I can say that it's picking up traction. So we are now like last night we got up to like 52 people. It was just the second time we've done this. So yeah, Price of Adam says, imagine 1,000 people fighting for the mic. Well, there's only in Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter. It's X now, but it's you can only have 10 people up on stage, and the rest are listeners. And then there's of course people that are listening outside um of the place where everybody's at. So you can only have 10 people, and then of course you can have even control over those 10 people. If you want to just mute, and then only the two co-hosts they can be talking. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then when they want to talk, they just they raise their hand, and then I could just send them the mic or invite them to speak, or they'll just request and you just accept it, and they come up. And then if they get stupid and start trolling, just remove them from speaker. It's really cool that way, but there's just so many glitches. It'll get better though. Time goes on.
Can I get a mic check in politics?
You're good. Good morning.
Hi, Neil.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Morning, George.
It's George.
So one deck, who's going to violate your list today?
Anybody who tries to describe how Earth curve is measured will violate it because they will be mentioning elevation angles, horizontal, horizon, sea level, perpendicular, plumb, flat. I've got the list in front of me, but you get the gist of it. That's what they have to do when they're describing Earth curve because it's measured flat.
See, I don't
gonna
get
dip
that.
out,
If they're
guys.
describing Earth curve, why are they using those words?
All right, man. Good night. Good night, Alpha. At it. And Geo server. That was funny.
Whitsit and his Issa? No.
Yeah, it was Whitsit and McToon. They were going at it. McToon got wrecked. Then they got into like personal stuff, like Whitsit suing McToon or something, and McToon's like, "I'll pay 5 hours for your attorney," and it was funny. It was comical.
Did Whitsit sort of demonstrate and prove how Earth's measured flat to Mattoon?
Did he really? Well, that's good
No,
news.
no, I'm saying did he? I didn't listen to it. I wonder if he did.
Oh, boy. No, I could tell you he didn't because he's not a flat. He's a
No, he did. He did. Actually, here I'll post this. What he said. Here, hold on. Give me a second. This is what he posted. Let me find it.
See, people think we have something against Whitsit. We don't. Not at all. So,
This is what he posted. I'll put it in the side chat. It's long, but it's a lot of good points. I don't remember him saying that specifically, but he usually does say that though, because he always says like everything, like just practically, it's flat. But he kind of says like a lot, like he speaks fast. He says like boom, 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 boom. He usually does mention that though. He's like, it's measured flat. It's flown like it's flat. It's military uses treated like it's flat. Like he just goes on and on. But he says it so fast though. But he does throw that in there though.
do with drilling down a bit on the latitude, though, couldn't he? A bit more like drilling down on that. We all know it's measured above that, but you need to go into it and explain how that measurement is derived with sea level and elevation to and from Polaris. Stick on that point, not just say it and drift past it. You need to hold them to that.
Yeah, I agree. Because he does. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he does say it, but you're right. He doesn't like focus on that because he just like says a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I get what you're saying. All he needs to do is just stick to that, and he'll be good.
Yeah, I heard of him in the past. He says it casually, like in passing. You drive that point home.
Neil, can you go on mute? Bloody hellfire.
Sorry.
Yeah, what do you mean, AK? You want to talk about him?
We just had a prolonged silence. AK didn't say anything.
What do you want to talk about?
No, he was talking in the chat. That's why.
Evidence of Earth curve measurement would be good.
Didn't claim any. Next.
That's the smartest thing I've ever heard you say, AK.
You seem to have listening problems then. Next.
I'd be hard-pressed to find someone else that disagrees.
Appeal to popularity.
I was talking to a guy yesterday about the latitude and elevation angles, and went on for some time. And even though he admitted the horizon is used to establish horizontal when using the sea sextant, and an elevation angle does require a horizontal baseline, he was still denying that this is a flat Earth measurement.
What do you mean with flat Earth measurement?
What do I mean, a flat Earth measurement? Elevation angles to Polaris to get your latitude for your maps and your grids. It's an angle measurement.
They're not a measurement of Earth. They're a measurement of an angle.
Yeah, an elevation angle.
Yeah, an elevation angle is an angle. And if you measure an elevation angle, you're not measuring the Earth, you're measuring an angle.
What does elevation mean?
Elevation means the height above sea level, commonly.
We're talking about something with respect to the surface level then. When we talk about elevation, it's absolutely and intrinsically linked. Why am I being talked to? Why am I being talked through? You don't have to like not being correct. You've denied that an elevation... What's going on? Within 30 seconds of you being wrong, you want to chant through me correcting you.
I'm wrong. What you said is wrong. And you're basing your reasoning that you're going off, you're now presenting off of this wrong starting point. So it's most efficient to correct this wrong starting point to then go on with sound reasoning rather than invalid reasoning.
Well, that was worthy of the interruption of something you didn't hear the full rendition of. So you're wrong, and you're wrong was what you needed to chant through me with. Well, you're obviously very unreasonable. I haven't even finished this sentence and you're still talking through me. Triggered zealot globe believer doesn't like the fact that an elevation angle is absolutely, unequivocally, intrinsically linked to the ground. It's elevation, AK. Oh, did he have to be server muted? Did he start talking again in the middle of him being debunked? Did he have to be server muted by one of the server operators? Remember been talking to him for 2 minutes, and this zealot glurf can't keep his trap shut while he's proven wrong. No, you deny that elevation has something to do with the ground? No, it absolutely is intrinsically linked to it, AK. I'm done now, son. You can glurf away now, mate.
Right. Elevation is not intrinsically linked to the ground. No. Can I have an elevation that has nothing to do with the ground? And in the elevation angle specifically, it doesn't have anything to do with the height of the elevation as we would measure the elevation of a mountain in the first place. So, no, it has nothing to do with the ground.
Okay, thank you. I've got his response. No, elevation doesn't have anything to do with height in 3 different versions. You haven't substantiated that. I have. It's elevation. It's specifically to do with things and their height with respect to the ground. Elevation is directly connected to the ground.
No, not with respect to the ground.
And there we go again. I heard you. I didn't interrupt you. 3 renditions of hand waves. No, elevation doesn't have anything to do with the surface. And here's him chanting through me again like a triggered glurf. Yeah, notice how I haven't interrupted him once. This is now the 3rd interruption from AK. He's consistently and continually interrupting me while I let him. And when I stop in the middle of a sentence, he gets to give his 3 hand waves that had nothing attached to them in the middle of an interruption. I allowed that. Now I'm trying again to respond to him after he's told me with 3 hand waves. No, basically his response is, no, elevation isn't anything to do with the ground. Elevation angle isn't anything to do with the ground. It's nothing to do with the ground. I listened to him. I had to listen to him even though he interrupted to say it. Now I'm responding to it. But he can't take it. That's what glurfs do, because they can't cope. The moment something comes that proves they are wrong, they need to be able to chant, no, I'm not wrong, through the top of it. No, you're not logical. No, your explanation isn't good. Through the top of what debunks them. You know Earth's flat, AK. I know Earth's flat. But when you're demonstrably in requirement of an elevation angle to measure Earth with, you want to chant and rant and bitch and bleat. Maybe you'll appeal to the fact that the server operators, after I point out to the audience, because I'm recording, you've interrupted me 3 times. And all you've done in response is hand wave. You haven't substantiated your rebuttal. Me, I have. Elevation. It's specifically to do with the ground because it's an elevation off the ground. That's what elevation very specifically is. You're hand waving and saying, no, it ain't. Oh, okay, well, what's elevation with respect to then? If it's not with respect to the ground, well, you haven't substantiated that. You've just hand waved. I'm done again with a reiteration of the same point that I won with the first time when he chanted through me.
Elevation is with respect to height above where the sea would be at that location. Not
the ground, then.
Ground.
So that's the bleeding ground.
Stutter for me, stutter for me, stutter for me, stutter. I'll chant through you. You've already lost, so I'll talk through you. I can do it too, yeah, I can use the thunder you burn. While you chant, after telling us it's the surface, it's with respect to the sea, yeah, I can chant through you too. The difference is I can do it with a big smile, not triggered. Yeah, you just told us elevation is with respect to where the sea would be. Yeah, that's the surface of the Earth, mate, because that's what elevation is. Telling me my own response back to me where I won isn't a rebuttal. It's you losing, confirming what I've debunked you with. Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth measurement. As one deck told you, your hand wave didn't work, and when you've actually affirmed that, yes, it's with respect to where the sea would be, what, you mean the surface, like sea level? Yeah, we already know you denied it and said it wasn't 3 times through the top of me. Chanting glurf. We all know Earth's flat, and all you can do is use your mute button like a bitch. And what, in an attempt to overcome that which I've told you is absolutely tied to the ground, you affirm that it's somewhere where the sea might be? Yeah, that's where you lost, AK. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. Elevation? What's that? Well, something to do with the ground, obviously, as you've just told us. You lost. Enjoy the aftertaste.
Bottom of the sea. Is that not ground?
Yeah, it's the
Then
surface.
there's multiple ground?
Yes, it's the surface, yes. Maybe if you keep asking the same question, like it'll be rhetorical. Yes, maybe I could answer his question. Or maybe if he just keeps bleeding talking, the question won't get answered. Maybe you can just keep talking and then the question will never get answered. Is the surface of the sea the surface? Yes, absolutely it is, AK. You asked and then carried on talking, though, didn't you? Like you saying, well, what would you suggest? That the surface of the sea has something to do with the surface? Yeah, it does, yeah. It's the surface that we're measuring for the angle when we measure Earth flat. But chanting through it might mean a victory for you in your deluded mind. No, mate. In answer to your question, does the sea surface have something to do with the surface level of the elevation off the ground that it's intrinsically linked to? Yes! We measure Earth flat with that angle of elevation with respect to the ground that is flat. It must be, it's an angle. Earth's flat.
There's nothing intrinsic about the intrinsically linked.
Stutter for me. I'll chant through you about how you're stuttering. I'll just keep doing it to you. You did it to me 3 times. This is only my second chanting to you. Stutter for me. Stutter for me, Glurf. I'll just do what you do and use the chanting zealot mute button through the top of you as you chant and stutter. Yeah, I'll just point out that you're stuttering, Glurf. You've already lost and now you're stuttering. 'Cause you've lost. You've got nothing. So as you stutter, I'll start doing to you what you did to me in my first attempt to refute you, which is chant through the top of you. Use your mute button. I can do that too. But I'll do it as you start stuttering like a loser who's been beaten by a flurf who told him that, yeah, elevation angles are measuring Earth flat, and then backed it. And the only rebuttal you had was say, elevation? How could that have anything to do with the surface of the sea? How could that be the surface? That's what we've got from you so far, Glurf. And then you stuttering, and me mocking you through the top of you like you did to me. Go on, stutter for us some more so I can mock you with my fundy zealot mute button through the top of your stuttering. Off you go, son. Earth's flat, it's measured that way with elevation angles, AK. There's nothing you can do about it. You need those angles to create the latitude lines wrapped around your globe. Earth's measured flat for your globe. If you deny that they're flat or deny that they're measurements, what the hell are the latitude lines wrapped around your globe? Are they not on the surface of the globe? I'm pretty sure that the latitude lines are on the surface of your Glurf belief that was measured with those angles with respect to the surface. They just become the globe surface. So you're denying these measurements with respect to the surface that later, after measuring them, get bent onto the globe surface. You're denying latitude, AK. Come on, stutter for me. Stutter for me. Stutter for me. Do you deny latitude? Stutter for me, Glurf. Do you deny
latitude? Nothing to do with the surface either.
Do you deny latitude? It's a yes or no question. Do you deny latitude, stuttery Glurf?
So the elevation angle has nothing to do with the surface.
It's not what I asked. It's a yes or no question. I'll just chant through him. It's a yes or no question. Do you deny latitude, the ones wrapped around your globe, on the globe surface?
I don't have a globe. There's no such thing as my globe.
Oh, well, let's just talk generally to the audience. The Glurf has a model. It's called a globe, and it has latitude on the surface. Now, in defeat, he'll chant, as I summarise my win. He'd rather relinquish his entire religion than face the fact that on the surface of the Glurf, the globe model, there's him chanting again like a little bitch in defeat. He's got latitude lines.
You're lying about
He'd rather deny his own Glurf belief than face the fact that he'll either deny those lines wrapped around the globe's surface or accept that the surface has been measured flat for them. He can't do it. He'd rather relinquish his entire faith than face that awful consequence. And chant through me pointing that out. That he's essentially relinquished his entire faith. I don't have a globe. I'm not a globe. I'm not making a claim.
Yeah, because you know you'll lose.
The only thing I've said, and that's what I'm going to stick to.
Stutter for me, stutter about the only thing you've said, stuttery glurf. I'll just chant through you, stuttery glurf. I'll do the same to you so you can feel how it tastes as I stammer through you. Yeah, glurf? How much fun is this? Me chanting straight through. The only thing I've said so far is that, what, elevation's got nothing to do with the surface. Yeah, I heard what you said. If that was the only thing you said, I'm pretty sure that I overcame that by pointing out that elevation's directly and intrinsically linked to the surface. I mean, all you did was glurf and stutter like a glurf zealot.
Linked to the surface of Earth, they're intrinsically linked to a reference height that we...
Stutter for me, glurf! How do they taste as you stutter and stammer through your defeat there? Glurf? Seems like you can't get a handle on your talk pattern. You can't seem to speak correctly. You seem to be stuttering like a bit of a glurf. Now, people like it when I get annoyed like this, but he's getting very irritated with me talking through him constantly, as he tells us about the only thing being the denial of elevation being intrinsically linked to the surface, which it is, debunking his latitude wrapped on the surface of the globe. I mean, maybe he'll start chanting as I summarise where he lost again. Go on, stutter for us. Get really annoyed with me talking right through you. Go on, get really annoyed with me. I'll just do what you glurfs did to me for 10 years and just keep talking. I'll just ignore you completely as I keep talking. Make audio chaos so you'll keep stuttering so I can keep laughing at you while I ignore you and summarise my point through the top of you slightly louder with a better mic. Yeah, I can do that too. I mean, of course, if no one's closing any lines, it's not considered the mute button, is it? It's just me chanting through you about how you lost. Yeah, it has got something to do with the surface. We're measuring the surface flat. And the chanting re-begins as I start summarising my win. Hopefully to his annoyance.
Oh, no, you're not.
Keep doing it. I like it if you chant through my win. I like you getting annoyed with me summarising how flat Earth is measured with these angles. I really enjoy the audio chaos that you started. Yeah, maybe if you just make loud noises. Just make loud noises. That's the best result of an Earth being measured flat with elevation angles. Cause total audio chaos until you have to be removed. Yeah, I can do this too. I can just keep talking while you try and summarise something that you haven't won with through the top of me as I make my rebuttal and my summary. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. They have to be flat, their angles. If they weren't measured with respect to the surface, they wouldn't be wrapped around the surface of a globe. That's the end of the argument for him. We definitely measure these angles with respect to the surface. They're elevation angles. You have to deny them if you're a glurf, but what the hell are you going to wrap around the surface of the globe if you don't measure them? Bye-bye, globe. Earth's measured flat. Your chanting didn't succeed, by the way. Just got me amused, and you muted by the server operators who saw you as the unreasonable one. What a shock.
Nathan, I have a question.
It'd be a reasonable back and forth discussion with you and I talking and maybe pauses in between a question and response, or will it be you chanting through me as soon as I respond to something that might prove you wrong?
All right, let's not poison the well here.
That's what just happened, literally 10 seconds ago. It's not poisoning the well, it's literally what just happened.
Is that what I did, though?
No, I'm asking you if what will happen is what just happened. Is that what will happen or not? It's a yes or no question. Seems like it will be.
Got it. So
I believe you just joined.
Yeah. This feels like a poisoning the well fallacy, but...
When it starts to occur, I'll point out that I didn't get an answer to this question then. You may proceed.
Are you... how are asteroid craters created? Where do asteroids come from in meteors?
Right, asteroids/craters, that's a begging the question fallacy. You've already, in your question, assumed the outcome of your question by suggesting that asteroids are directly linked to craters. That's what you've said in your question. That's begging the question.
Yeah, or meteorites. Or
and it seems like before I've summarised the end of my conclusion of the begging the question fallacy committed, it's a shock that you wouldn't want to answer about how you might start interrupting when you're proven wrong. I'm pointing out your fallacious reasoning as part of your question, and you're talking before the very end of the summary. You're just fallacious in your question. Okay? You understand that? Can you confirm that you understand that you just begged the question? Or you could just chuckle.
Craters form then.
Yeah, where are these craters?
Were you going to stutter or confirm that you understood your fallacious reasoning? Were you going to answer me? Stuttery.
I'm sorry?
Do you understand, second time's a charm, that you just begged the question in your question that you asked me of craters and meteors? That means that you assume your outcome that they are intrinsically linked. That's what you've just done Beg the question. Third time's a charm. Do you understand your fallacious reasoning, or do you just want to yeah, and stutter through the top of the response that you don't give?
I'm asking
You're begging the question
I'm
right
curious
now.
what you think. I'm asking the question because I'm curious as to what you think.
Yeah, I got that.
That's why.
Yeah, I heard your question and repeated it. Do you think I need to repeating again? Maybe I'm deaf. No, I'm not. I heard you and responded and called it fallacious. Begging the question's what you just did.
So you just say it's wrong, that they're not.
It's fallacious. Did I say wrong? Okay. That word didn't cross my lips. Now he's making stuff up I didn't say. Fallacious, Dumbo. I said it 4 times. Now I'm going to call you stupid because you can't comprehend the words and I'm making the ones up that I didn't say. I didn't say wrong. I said it was a begging the question fallacy. I called it fallacious. You're hearing things.
Where's your evidence then?
Sorry, you're hearing things. You're not addressing a single word I say and put to you. I've put begging the question to you. Now you're chanting through me. And now my excuse to open up my zealot mute button when you start responding to me. So I'm going to put something to you, given that you've got fallacious reasoning that doesn't have a worthy response coming because it's fallacious. You haven't addressed that. You keep repeating it. Earth's measured flat. Latitude lines. My question to you. Do you deny the surface lines on your globe called latitude?
Do I deny those lines?
Yes.
No, I do not. I don't know if they're necessary.
Then there's a follow-up question. A simple closed question will follow up with me pointing out that those measurements come from a flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. Latitude is an elevation angle measurement with respect to the surface and Polaris. The surface being flat for an angle. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's how it's measured.
What do you think craters form?
Right, we're back to the fallacious begging the question of meteors and craters. Earth's measured flat.
It seems like
I never mentioned meteors.
Oh, you need a white knight to assist you, it seems, my friend. It seems that not just you ignoring me is enough. You now need a little friend to help you in your defeat with your fallacious begging the question craters and meteors. That I did listen to, doesn't need repeating, and doesn't need chanting through by white knights who need to assist you in your defeat.
Jesus.
Yet you profess the word of Christ in defeat. Good for you.
No, it just seems like you're trying to avoid the question. That's all I'm saying.
The fallacious question, yeah. I'm trying to avoid it. Maybe you could repeat after me, begging the question.
You just say that we're wrong about our interpretation of them.
Yeah, okay, you can keep chanting that I'm just wrong without addressing what you've done, which is a begging the question fallacy, and I'll just keep repeating begging the question fallacy until the moderators get sick of your repetition, which is going on indefinitely, it seems.
So
anything else? Latitude is measured flat with angles. You didn't address that either. I've now readdressed the position of your fallacious reasoning into a question about latitude. You said you didn't deny them. Welcome to Flat Earth. Those latitude lines are measured on a flat baseline. A flat Earth, it's an elevation angle. Elevation from the surface, which is flat, it's an angle. Earth's measured flat for those lines you don't deny the measurement of.
Still waiting.
Sorry, for a question to you begging the question assumption of craters and meteors that I've addressed 6 times. I've counted off how many times I've addressed it. It's a begging the question fallacy. 6.
I'm just curious what you think they are.
I don't make a claim about it. I couldn't care less, in fact. What I do care about is elevation angles, which we measure the Earth with and then map the Earth with and survey the Earth with. Horizontal planes of reference. That's how we measure Earth. I'm here as a flat earther and telling you how Earth's measured. Flat. The latitude, the ones you don't deny, well, then you accept the measurement of them. Because it's measured flat for them. You need them to be measured flat to create the globe you believe you're standing on. That's what I'm talking about. Your craters and meteors begging the question's irrelevant. I don't make a claim about it.
Got it. So these people are wrong, but you don't have an explanation.
Sorry, these people is an appeal to consensus, I assume. Another fallacy. These people, stereotype perhaps. I'm pointing out your fallacious reasoning. You stopped. These people are wrong, says you. No, I didn't say anything about it. Again, you're hallucinating words I haven't said. And when I start pointing out that it's a appeal to consensus or stereotype, you start talking through the middle of the response like the last guy. It's because you're a glurf. You're a globe believer. This is triggering for you. Being wrong is uncomfortable because it means you might not be on the zealot globe that you thought you were on before you started talking to me. And I started pointing out how Earth's measured flat for the latitude lines you wrap around them. Meanwhile, you're very concerned about meteors I don't make claims about. And begging the question of how the meteors, you say, form the craters. By way of begging the question fallacy that I pointed out to you 7 times. You have a lack of comprehension, an inability to understand what's been refuted when you've put it to me.
Or the scientists who talk about them wrong?
He's going to appeal for the second time to now the scientists, these people, these ethereal people that aren't here and aren't him and aren't making any claims.
Ethereal? They don't exist?
Well, sorry, they're here. Hello, put your hand up if you're one of the scientists he's brought along with him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're ethereal and they don't frigging exist to the guy that's now chanting through me, undoing his stupid argument that he just put to me and I undid on the spot. Ethereal, you say? What, like they're not here? They're not here! You dumb! No, they're not here.
There's a difference.
No, they're not here. They are not here. Hello? Sorry, do we need to go on this tangent about whether... Excuse me, do we need to go on this tangent with a white knight about whether or not the people he appealed to are here or not? They're not. It's just an appeal to some people that aren't here. Some scientists he's going to make up on the spot that aren't here arguing. Am I appealing to some random scientists? They're not here now, but there's thousands of them. They all measure Earth flat. They're all scientists. Coat-wearing, badge-wearing, fully accredited scientists. There are thousands of them. They all measure Earth flat. What's that? You want me to produce them?
You know, ethereal doesn't mean what you think it means, right?
Sorry, what are you going to do about the thousands of scientists measuring Earth flat? Deal with them. Oh, is it just as fallacious as you saying it when I say there's thousands of them and don't produce them? What are you going to do about the thousands of measuring Earth flat scientists that I've just appealed to? You seem to have gone silent.
Thousands that support the globe model?
No, they measure Earth flat with elevation angles.
That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. That's how the maps are made. Like Latitude.
Yeah, because maps are flat.
Yeah.
Made different.
Yeah. So you just told me it was my claim, like I'd made it up. No, the answer is yes. That's where I won, and he carried on talking, it seems. Yes, they are measured flat. Yes, they are latitude. Yes, it's how the maps are made. Yes, Earth's flat. Not yes, and you carry on talking in defeat. When you say yes, that's the end. Earth's flat.
It's not really how conversation works.
It is when I get an affirmation of how we measure Earth for latitude and produce maps with them, and he says, no, that's not, that's just your claim. And I go, no, that's how the maps are made. And he goes, yes. That's where he lost.
Well, this is
so maybe if you keep talking through my summary, maybe if a white knight pipes up in the middle of my summary where I won, maybe it won't be a summary of my victory. It'll just be a white knight being heard. No, that's how Earth's measured, and the maps are produced with these latitude and longitude lines for the grids on the spheres, on the maps. They're measured flat, Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. And there are thousands of scientists who measure Earth flat with elevation angles. It's not a claim, it's a fact of life. That's how the maps get produced. That's how the grid gets produced. I'm still summarising my win, and a white knight can't take it. Would that be a glurf? You can't stand the fact that we measure Earth flat for the latitude grid?
Can you name some of these scientists?
I don't need to. Like the other guy, I just appealed to them to juxtapose the fact that that's exactly what I just did to the last guy and got white knighted and told that was unreasonable and they weren't ethereal. Meanwhile, I don't need to appeal to thousands of scientists. In juxtaposition of a guy that wouldn't tolerate it as his crappy standard, that he wasn't producing lines of men here to make his argument for him, it was an appeal to consensus/stereotyping fallacy that didn't get addressed by my opponent. It got chanted through and white knight by two other people. Shocking. Meanwhile, when I'm using that standard, suddenly I'm being held to it. How beautiful your timing is, sir, to make my point so eloquently for me. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. It creates the latitude grid, and there's the chanting. It begins. That's how Earth's measured for the latitude grid. Do you deny latitude on the globe, on the surface of it, sir?
No, I don't deny the concept of latitude lines.
Not a concept, it's a measurement.
Okay.
So, do you want to stand corrected? You don't deny the measurement of latitude. You called it a concept, trying to reposition it.
I won't grant you that.
Oh, well, then you deny your globe then. So you deny the latitude on the globe. You won't grant me the measurement of latitude. How'd you get latitude for your globe? You don't have one then, so you're denying your globe. Bye-bye globe, no latitude. You won't accept the measurement of it. Bye-bye globe. So off you go. You don't have a religion to believe in if you don't accept latitude measurements. You want to call them concepts? Oh, well, these concepts won't be giving you. So you've just got a conceptual globe, have you?
How is it a religion?
Because if you haven't got any measurements for your globe, latitude in this instance, then you haven't got a globe to be standing on. Now, once you accept that you do have a globe that you think, and is this you chanting through me responding to your question, sir? Is it a glurf, troublesome moment where you need to talk through the devastating fact that if you deny latitude, you haven't got a globe to believe in, therefore it's a religion with nothing to base it on? But if you accept latitude, then you also must accept their measurements, which is angles off a flat Earth. So which is it? Do you deny? I haven't finished. I'm asking you a question. It seems like rather than a question, I've got an interruption before I've even taken breath. What a shock! A triggered glurf that can't cope with a question. So which is it? Is it no latitude for your glurf belief? Or is it I understand and accept that latitude is measured flat? Which is it?
False dichotomy.
No, we have latitude measurements. No, I'll undo your claim. I'll undo your claim. He's just said false dichotomy. Like it's a two-choice question that is unreasonable and has other outcomes. No, we do have latitude, and it is measured. It's definitely not a false dichotomy, unless you're suggesting that one of those suggestions of a latitude measurement is false. No, it's not. It's not a false dichotomy. We definitely have latitude measurements. You definitely have them on your globe. So either you say, no, I don't accept them, which means you deny the globe, or you do accept those latitude lines on the surface of the globe, which are measured flat. It's not a false dichotomy. It's a true dichotomy.
So those are the only two options?
Yeah. Either you accept latitude measurement or you don't.
No, I don't accept your claim and your description.
It's not a claim. Latitude's not a claim I'm making, dum-dum. Latitude's not a claim I'm making. Latitude's not my claim. So you're saying that latitude... So your answer is latitude's just a claim Nathan Oakley makes. So you deny latitude because you think it's a claim I make.
You're moving the goalposts. Don't be disingenuous.
So is it a claim I make, therefore you don't accept my claim of latitude, which is a denial of latitude on the basis that it's just my claim?
Not just because...
Stutter for me, how do they taste? That sounds like a nice little stutter there, Glurf. How'd you getting on with the true dichotomy? No, you either accept latitude, it's a real thing, it's not just Nathan Oakley's claim, or you don't. Do you accept latitude, the one that's on the surface?
I already said...
Well, then it's measured flat. Then let me make my conclusion. Earth is measured flat. Latitude is an elevation angle measurement to Polaris. Elevation angles are two straight lines, one along the surface and one to the Polaris star we're measuring, with respect to the surface, which must be flat for it to form the angle to create that latitude. That's what it is. Earth is measured flat. Is it just me, or is the conclusion getting chanted through by this glurf scumbag who can't take the heat? I'm just concluding my facts that you claimed were my claim. They're not my claim. I'm just detailing what latitude is, sir. You don't like it because if you can reposition it to be my claim, you can seem to deny latitude, which means you deny your globe on the basis that it's just my claim. Or you could chant through me the painful truth of latitude measurement. I've got it on screen for my audience now. This line to the sky is the line to Polaris for latitude. This line along the ground to its GP is the surface level, which must be flat for this to form the angle to create this latitude measurement. It is a measurement. It is absolutely unequivocally of a flat Earth. It can't be anything else. And it does get wrapped around your globe after we measure Earth flat with it. So I'll conclude once more, hopefully without the chanting for the third time through the same zealot. So, zealot, you either accept latitude. It's not just a claim I'm making. That was your last rebuttal. Or you don't. If you do, then you accept Earth's measured flat, like on screen with these elevation angles to start. If you don't, you deny your globe because it's got latitude wrapped around it. So, which is it? It's not a false dichotomy, it's true dichotomy. That was another rebuttal. Which is it? Deny the globe, which has latitude, or accept that latitude is measured flat.
Do I get to actually answer? Like, you're going to just start talking again?
That's non-responsive.
Oh my God.
That's non-responsive. Non-responsive answer. So I'll conclude. He's asked me a different question about whether or not he's going to get to respond in totally clean air. Now he's talking through me responding to that response. What he just gave me was non-responsive. So I'll repeat the question because he didn't respond to it. He asked me whether or not, in completely clean air, uninterrupted, whether or not he'd get talked through. Now he's talking through me. I'll just point out. That was non-responsive, sir. Do you deny latitude, which means you deny your globe? It's got it wrapped around them. Or do you accept latitude, which, as per my demonstration and fact that it's an angle with respect to the surface is a flat Earth measurement. Do you deny or accept latitude measurement, which is flat?
Okay, so what you're doing is you're asking me, do you accept latitude? And when I say yes, I accept the concept of latitude.
It's not a concept, it's a measurement. He did this already. I've already dealt with this. Okay. It's not a concept, it's a measurement. Yeah, I'm just going to do it because he's going to do the same thing, rinse and repeat style. It's not a concept, it's a measurement. It's an elevation angle measurement. He's repositioning it like, I'll accept it, but only if I accept that it's conceptual. Okay, well then your globe's conceptual.
You think the latitude lines are physical?
Then your globe is conceptual based on your response. So no globe then, it's just a concept. Because latitude's just a concept, it's not a measurement according to you, it's a concept. Well, latitude's wrapped around your globe, so your globe's just a concept then based on your response. So you're basically denying latitude, it's only conceptual, it's not measured, therefore your globe's just conceptual. No globe then. Well, I don't see latitude measurements as conceptual. I know they're measured. You can measure them. With respect to a flat Earth, that's how they are measured. I'm not a nonsense idiot peddling glurf that has to reposition measurements into concepts, ultimately denying the globe then, because there's no globe if you've just got concept wrapped around it. That's not the surface of anything then, it's just a concept. So your globe's a concept, meanwhile, we do accept latitude measurements, because that's how they're measured on a flat Earth with an angle. It's a line between you and Polaris and a horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's how you measure that angle. Earth's measured flat. That's the end of this discussion.
Measurements, physical things that exist.
But you just told me that latitude was a concept. So according to you, no. According to you, the latitude wrapped around your globe is just conceptual. Ergo, your globe is just conceptual. Well, enjoy your globe concept. Me, in reality, measure Earth flat with angles to Polaris for latitude. You deny them as being conceptual. So you deny the globe. That's as simple as that. Well done. You've denied your globe and called it a concept. So we're not standing on a globe then. It's just a concept. It's not the surface that we're standing on. It's just a concept, right?
Our latitude? No, wrong. Our
Stutter for me.
Physical object?
Our latitude, wrong. Sounds like you've got a sentence fragment problem, stuttery. No, that is a fact.
No,
if you say
right.
it's a concept, then
right?
the globe is a concept. Look, stuttery, when you stutter and stammer about a sentence fragment trying to form a question, I'm going to talk. Because I'm not doing that. I'm perfectly calm as I point out that your latitude is being denied when you call it conceptual. It's not. It's a measurement. I've had non-stop measurement angles of Polaris on screen for my audience. This one titled Celestial Body Sextant Angles. With a line of sight along the... Is it just me, or is he chanting? Is this you trying to formulate a stuttery question sentence fragment through the top of me talking, as I demonstrate to my audience that these angles of elevation that are measured are on screen? Is it just me, or is he chanting through that? You didn't manage a sentence, mate. You managed to stutter our former question and former sentence fragment. Then I took over and talked about the detailed pictures of angle measurements on screen. You deny them as concepts. So your globe's just a concept. It's not real. Conceptual, according to you. You deny latitude as conceptual.
Love how I'm accused of chanting when you're the one who's repeating the same fucking thing over and over again.
Swear for me, you little bitch. How do my nuts taste? Swear at me some more. I love it. It's because you lost. You called elevation angle measurements conceptual, and now you're swearing at me because you've lost badly. You've got nowhere to go. You've already told me you consider latitude to be conceptual. Well, if it's conceptual, your globe's conceptual. It's that simple. Now you've got nowhere to go, and you've got to swear at me and accuse me of chanting through you. Now, someone I'm concluding while you chant through me and project your loss as you chant in defeat with sentence fragments.
I don't understand, how are you using the word chanting? Do you know what that means?
Non-responsive. This is non-responsive, non-sequitur. Maybe he'll start continuing his question about why I can get to call him chanting when he's indefinitely chants through my responses, which he will definitely do. As I point out, he's lost. He's lost because he's claimed that the measurements of latitude are merely conceptual. Ergo, his globe with latitude on it isn't the surface of reality anymore. It's conceptual. Bye-bye, globe. That's his position. I've summarised it. He's, to use his own words, as he... What's chanting? Ask me what chanting is, bitch. Yeah, choose the word he just used as he continues to chant through me asking me what it is in his last non-sequitur response. This is chanting, what he's doing right now.
What is chanting?
Yes, what you're doing now. As I'm still summarising the point you haven't responded to. You asked me about what chanting was. I'm summarising that point you were non-responsive to by asking me what chanting was, the thing you're doing. Meanwhile, he's absolutely screwed. Why is he screwed? Well, because he can't have a conceptual surface with latitude on it, because it's not real anymore if it's conceptual. That's his globe. That's his position. We do definitely measure elevation angles. I had them up on screen while he chanted through me telling my audience, here are the elevation angle measurements that we use to form the maps and models. They're flat. Earth's measured flat. Meanwhile, in lieu of that fact, he's turned a measurement into a concept. And I put him between a rock and a hard place where if he makes that measurement a concept, his globe gets denied as a consequence. What did he do as a result? He swore at me.
Good morning,
Nathan, I have to say, you have a...
That was good. You're like a radio host.
Greetings.
Yeah, that was very good. I have to say, you have a very captivating voice, which I think does add some legitimacy to the incorrect information that you are sharing.
I do apologize for swearing. I didn't know you had a rule against that.
I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of Thick because he wanted to ask a question, and now he wants to talk about other things.
No, sorry. I can ask my question.
Topic?
I can ask my question.
Okay.
Yes. I wanted to talk to Nathan about the lines of latitude being based on a flat Earth. I just wanted to hear his argument one time, and then I'll ask my question.
It's not an argument, it's a measurement.
You're right. And you're saying that the lines of latitude on our spherical Earth are all conceptual.
No, the guy in the pre-show said that.
Well, yeah, and my thing is that maps can be made any way you want them, and it's always about the goal of the viewer. So I wanted to mention, Nathan, I'm a meteorologist, so I kind of have a bias here. I'll be talking a little bit more about weather to support my arguments and stuff. But when it comes to the tropics, right, when it's hurricane season, we look at like the Mercator view, which is the flat Earth view, and therefore, yeah, your lines of latitude are going to look different and be. They're always going to be lines of latitude which are constant around a sphere, but they can be portrayed differently. And even on a spherical Earth that you might have in a classroom or your home office or something, that is all conceptual. But yeah, just wanted to say that, just because lines of latitude are based on a flat Earth,
they're measured,
doesn't mean that lines of latitude on a sphere can't exist.
Okay, how do they get measured?
They get measured based upon the entire circumference of the Earth.
No, that's not how they're measured. You obviously don't know how latitude's measured.
Well, explain it.
You were just telling me how it was measured and you don't know. Why did you just attempt to tell me how it was measured when you don't know? Why am I being spoken to while I tell some fundy off about incorrect assertions that they got wrong? He just told me it was based on a globe. Now he's still talking like he's been invited to respond. I'm talking now. Did you think the last 2.5 minutes of you talking was your invitation to immediately start chanting through any responses I give you? Because you're still yakking.
I'm sorry.
I'm done with him. I don't want to talk to him anymore.
Oh, wait, now I have one question about...
Shout out to Duncan McLeod. They are all flat Earth views. Lol. I don't really understand what that means, I've got to be honest, Duncan. But thank you for the super chat, all the same. Also, shout out to Unitox Femu. On which latitude is Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, Suez Canal, and Hungarian Plain? I don't know. Why are you asking me that via super chat? Shall I just guess? 20th? I don't know.
Do you know why, Nathan?
Go on, Sasha, why?
Because there are a discussion about latitude, and I ask where, because that is the big flat surface. It's called Hungarian Plain, Then another big flat surface, it's Bolivian Salt Flat Lake. Then another big, it's Suez Canal, flat canal, you know. I want to know which, does that depends on which latitude it is, or that, or what is important? Does that surface shoot to curve, or we should to say what is the latitude? Is it that the part of the surface? Is it that working on the map, or something like that? That's why I'm asking, you know, in which latitudes all these flat surfaces are? Can somebody from Globers answer? Not you, Nathan.
Okay. Same answer, I don't know. But I know what latitude is.
So you can draw lines of latitude around a globe, and
how do they get measured?
They draw them east to
how do they
west
get measured?
parallel to the equator.
You can, yes.
That's how they measure them.
Can you do that on South? Can you do that line? Can you draw that
we've
line?
covered this. Sorry, everyone stop.
Sasha.
Everyone stop.
Sasha.
Stop. No, I've just spent 25 minutes covering this in the pre-show. Okay. Yes, you can, as the gentleman just suggested, draw lines of latitude around a globe. Yeah, I can draw them around a banana. That's fascinating. How do they get measured? Off a flat Earth. On screen now for my audience is an angle of elevation marked latitude. What is it? Well, it's a line along the surface. That's the baseline. And a line up to Polaris. That's latitude. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of a star. That's what it is. Now, can you then take that flat Earth elevation angle measurement of this star, Polaris, and wrap the circle of equal altitude you can draw with respect to its GP around a globe? Yes. You can take the measurement and put it onto a concept. But the measurement is flat. Shout out to Duncan MacLeod again. He says, he said the Mercator view was the flat Earth view, but they are all flat Earth views. Well, no, they're all distorted globe projections that came from origin measurements of latitude and longitude. So they're all conversions and distorted for that reason. You start with flat Earth angles to the stars, you convert those lines of latitude onto the globe surface conceptually, and then project what you then claim to measure off a curved surface that won't give you an angle back into hell at the equatorial plane in the centre of the sphere, which is essentially just a glorified protractor. That's what they actually do. Now, I know that, but these numpties who come here and tell me that latitude is just something you draw around a globe, yeah, your crude knowledge of how this comes to pass isn't going to overcome the fact it's measured flat. And every time you tell me what you can do with latitude, I'll just ask you how it's measured. Because that's how it's measured, flat. Now, when you deny it and make it a concept like the guy in the pre-show, then you deny the globe surface, don't you? Suddenly, the globe surface is conceptual. Yeah, absolutely is. Meanwhile, the measurements are flat.
The way that you measure it. The way you measure it on a globe is it's just they're measured as angles from the center of the Earth.
Oh, so you're measuring angles in hell? Sorry, I heard you. I heard you. So we measure angles in hell. No, you measure angles on the surface. That is not how we measure angles. Just ask Thunderfoot Clown. He's just released a video in the last 3 days where he unequivocally measures angles with respect to a plane of reference on the surface and then explains how you must, as I just explained 35 seconds ago, transpose the flat Earth angles into hell. You've just told me it's okay we measure them from hell. Oh, right. Show me.
Hell. You mean like the biblical hell? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you said it. I'm not talking. You brought it up and said we measure angles from the centre of... Is it just me, or am I getting talked through the summary that's obviously stupid because we don't measure angles from hell in the centre of Earth as he just suggested? And I pointed out Thunderfoot did the same thing 3 days ago, but he measured from the surface, as I'm saying you must, on screen now, latitude, surface level measurement. When you've got that surface level measurement of a flat Earth now being chanted through again... Once you've got the surface level measurement with respect to the star, you can transpose it into hell, but you've got to first create the globe to wrap around the equatorial plane, to then deny the angle that you can't get from the globe surface, to have a reason to transpose it into hell. You just said we just measure it in hell. No, we don't. We measure it on the flat Earth.
You think that hell is at the center of the Earth, the biblical hell? Is that what you're saying?
Non sequitur. You said we measure it from the centre of Earth. We do non sequitur, and I'm going to respond to the non sequitur fallacy. I'm obviously not going to just get chanted through, clearly. No, I said hell, as in your reference to the centre of Earth that you said we measured the angle from. That was non-responsive, non-sequitur. You didn't address my rebuttal.
Okay, I was just confused because are you literally saying that hell is at the center of the Earth, or are
You said that. You said that's where we measure this angle,
No, I
and
didn't.
we don't. My response again is non sequitur away from it. Like hell is the confusion here. He says we measure an angle from the centre of a ball. I say no, we don't. We're not measuring angles in hell. Now his question is about whether or not hell is something. No, we're not measuring angles from the centre of a sphere. We are measuring them from the flat surface. They're angles.
That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. It's latitude measurement. It's on screen for my live audience of 72 people. They can see latitude. How it's measured with angles, that's a fact. So, sir, like the guy in the pre-show, you deny latitude measurement then?
No, I'm denying the extrapolation from the idea that you can measure latitude on a flat surface, and that means that the Earth itself is not a globe. I don't agree with that.
So you deny the latitude wrapped around the globe then?
No, I've said.
Well, how's that measured? Well, how's that measured? Well, how is that measured then?
I just said
well, okay. We've got him between a rock and a hard place, and he doesn't want to accept the position, so he keeps talking when the question comes. Okay, you accept latitude on the surface of the globe you believe you're standing on. Okay, you accept it. Then you accept their measurements, don't you?
Who's they? Who are you talking about? Like,
latitude measurement
I don't
is a...
accept your...
I'm being asked a question and then he's continuing to talk. Latitude measurement is an angle measurement off the surface of Earth. I'll define altitude angle. Altitude angle is a line of sight between you and the object in the sky and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That is an altitude angle measurement. That is what is required to measure an altitude angle, a flat Earth. Now that is how latitude, which is very specifically an altitude angle to Polaris, is measured. Now that's not a claim, that's not debatable, that is a stone cold fact. Altitude angle of Polaris is latitude, and I'm getting talked through and chanted through, shocking. Now he can either accept that measurement, which is absolutely, without question, of a flat Earth. Its elevation, which is with respect to the surface, and an angle, one of which is the surface, and it must be a flat, straight baseline for it to form an angle. Earth is measured flat for latitude. If you deny this measurement, you deny the latitude on the surface of your globe, which is extrapolated out after it is measured.
So latitude is the measurement of how far north or south a location is from the equator. It's measured in degrees, starting at 0 degrees at the equator and increasing to 90 degrees at the north or south poles. This is done on a globe model, not a flat Earth model.
No, we're not measuring on models. We're not measuring in hell. And latitude is not the turning of you in hell and the globe around you. An angle measurement to Polaris,
Okay,
as it seems like I let him talk and my response isn't being listened to. It seems like my response is getting yammered through by a chanting zealot religious globe believer. Why is my response met with a continual stream of interruptions from my opponent when I'm responding to him? No, latitude, as he just described, was him in hell turning the globe around him. No, on screen now. The protractor used to measure the angle to Polaris isn't the globe that you're inside. But that's what you just suggested, that latitude is somehow the turning of the globe Earth with you inside it. No, latitude's an angle measurement off the surface. After the fact, you can transpose this angle into hell and suggest that the angle that you measured on the surface is actually the turning of a globe Earth protractor. It isn't. It's a measurement of a flat Earth on the surface.
He must know that because he just mentioned degrees.
Yeah, degrees that he said was the Earth turning. He's saying it's the number of degrees of the Earth rotating around its own axis with you in the centre. That's why he decided to distract away from the fact that hell has got something to do with it, because he knows that in his suggestion, his assertion, is you're standing in hell twisting the globe around your position. Nobody's in hell, and the angle measurement isn't being measured if you're standing in a molten iron core. On the surface, meanwhile, you measure an angle to Polaris. After the fact, you can create a globe with that angle and the latitude lines to wrap around a globe, but when you do that, you've got a surface that won't give you an angle. So what do you have to do when you've got a surface that won't give you an angle anymore? Suggest that actually it's working in the middle of the globe at the equatorial plane so that it can still function as an angle in hell with the globe itself as the protractor. That's what he's doing. Meanwhile, I keep asking him, where does this get measured? Oh, well, no, it's not a measurement. It's me in hell twisting a globe around me. No, it's definitely a measurement. It's been on screen the whole time. It's an angle off the surface. It's flat. Earth must be flat to measure this angle. That is how it's measured. You can deny it all you like, or you can just move past the fact that we measure Earth flat for latitude with Polaris off the surface, it's an angle, and say that it's a globe-Earth protractor with you in hell, twisting the globe around you. No, you're not. So how is latitude measured? Your last response was to say it's conceptual and in hell. No, it ain't. It's actually measured off the surface off a flat Earth, like on screen for my audience. So either you deny that measurement of a flat Earth, in which case you deny the latitude lines that are wrapped around your globe conceptually after the measurement, or you accept that Earth's measured flat for latitude, because it is. That's what's on screen right now. A flat Earth measurement of an angle to Polaris with 90 degrees at the base of Polaris. That's what it is. Don't have to like it. Earth's measured flat.
1 second, I need to help out Atheist Jr. Atheist Jr., Nathan is making fun of you for saying center of Earth, or some people believe hell is in the center of Earth. He's making fun of you. You don't have to rage quit. Just answer his questions.
That's all right. Let him rage quit. All he could do is chant through me in the devastating parts where we do actually acquire measurements of Earth for latitude. At the point that he'd said, no, it's just conceptual, because in my concept, I'm in the middle of hell. But hell becomes the point of contention. Well, fine. That's pathetic, and anybody watching it knows it. 98 people watching, please share the show. We're in the politics server, which is why it's all getting heated. Lots of zealots chanting. I got swore at this morning when I put someone between a rock and a hard place, told me to F off at the point that he either denied the latitude that he told us was a concept, in which case his globe surface is a concept, or accept that it's measured flat. He started effing and blinding at me. It was epic. Can't wait to trim that out.
You gonna make yourself a trophy?
Yeah, video. I trim them out and make money with them so I can feed my family. It's not a trophy. It's something I do for money. And maybe I'm being answered. Maybe I'm answering him and he needs to talk through the answer. He's just got to the question he asked me. Oh, maybe your answer in the middle of my still repeating the same thing slightly louder with you talking through me. Were you the guy who asked me what chanting was?
I just find it weird that the definition of chanting that you use, because that's
it was him that was talking about chanting. So no, I'm not going to make a trophy with it. I was trying to answer your question and now you're back onto this, which is chanting. I was answering your question about whether or not I make a trophy. No, I will make a YouTube video to demonstrate the zealotry of globe belief when they deny the measurements that they need to wrap around their globe or accept that Earth is measured flat. And upon being put between a rock and a hard place, as I call it, someone started swearing at me. I believe that was you.
I heard you. You don't have to repeat everything you say.
Yeah, I do. And I will. I'll repeat it right now. Okay. He was put between a rock and a hard place and either denied his globe and the latitude wrapped round them or accepted Earth was flat. I'll repeat it again. He either denied the globe or accepted flat Earth measurements. That was the position, and he swore at me as a result, and then chanted and told me to stop. Told me I must stop repeating my win. I must stop repeating my victory when I put you between a rock and a hard place of denial of the globe's latitude wrapped around the surface as conceptual, says you, end quote, or acceptance of the flat Earth measurement. You will measure it's on screen for my audience now, along the surface which must be flat. You swore at me as a result of that, and now you're telling me to stop repeating my victory. Absolutely not. I'll repeat it with you, quote, chanting through me, because you can't take it. It's very painful for you. I'm going to repeat it again. You were screwed and needed to swear at me because you couldn't help yourself in defeat. So you denied the globe. It was conceptual, remember? So no globe for you, just a concept. Not the surface we're standing on with latitude. Conceptual, you said. All right, well, I'm a realist. I've got plenty of examples of latitude measurement off the surface of Earth with an elevation angle. I don't have to deny it as conceptual as a flat earther. That's how we measure Earth. It's flat. You lost.
You actually give people like time to speak, and that you aren't just interrupting people and talking constantly, so that when they try to respond, you accuse them, oh, you're chanting, mate. The Earth's flat, isn't it? You're chanting.
Sorry, was that ad hominem non sequitur the same ad hominem non sequitur that we got last time, where he doesn't actually address the rebuttal and fact and summary of him denying the globe as conceptual or accepting a flat Earth measurement. We're talking about the debate structure and taking the mickey out of my English accent. That's an ad hominem attack.
Sure, I know it is. But I never said the Earth was conceptual. I said that latitude lines is a concept.
Stutter for me. Stutter for me. So you accept the measurements of latitude then? So you accept their measurements then? How do we measure them?
If I stutter.
Yeah, I can chant through you too. Yeah, the point that you start stuttering, so it's embarrassing for you while I laugh at you, Glurf. I'm laughing at you and making it more awkward. The moment you start stammering over your words, I do it with a big smile on my face in victory. Tell me not to repeat my victory again.
Don't repeat your victory again.
Oh, well, you said that the globe was conceptual. You denied latitude measurements as conceptual, and now you're chanting through me in defeat.
No, I didn't.
Maybe you'd like to swear at me again. You said that the latitude was conceptual. End quote,
You're so upset about swearing.
That's non sequitur. I've just put it to him that he very specifically told us that latitude was conceptual, end quote him, and now he's telling me how upset about swearing I am. Non sequitur ad hominem fallacy.
Bringing it up. Why is it you don't answer any?
Can we get rid of this guy? I'm done with him. I'm done with him. He's doing nothing but ad homing me. And he's taking the mickey out of my English accent. That's racist. Can we remove him, please? I'm done with him. He's lost badly. Now he's just sharing his pain through the top of me. Go away and stutter about how globe-shaped the Earth isn't and how conceptual latitude is, mate. You lost badly. Earth's measured flat with latitude. It's measured off a flat surface. You can take the mickey out of my English accent all you like. Earth's measured flat. Well, isn't this fun? Please share the show. 109 people watching. I'm sure you all revel if you're a flat earther in the fact that you can either deny your globe and the latitude wrapped around it, or accept that Earth is measured flat with this angle to Polaris. Those are your positions. Enjoy! It's never going to change. This is how it's going to be till we all vanish. That's how it's going to be. Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. There's no getting around it, and you will be reduced to a stuttering, stammering, sentence fragments forming glurf when I put it to you. What's the guy that the TJ or whatever he's called? Next!
The words out of my mouth.
Shout out to Price of Adam, says levels flat, gas fills space, FED rules. Thank you for the super chat.
It is quite an amazing thing for someone to have a claim on the table that this person doesn't answer questions. And their proof of that is to ask more questions. I thought you just said the person doesn't answer. If you think the person doesn't answer, why would you ask? Like even their baseline epistemology is complete collapse, a complete epistemological collapse, and they're not even sure why they're doing what they're doing. It's like they're just a stimulus reaction. They see the topic and they just lose their mind.
Yeah. This is where you take them. If they deny the latitude measurement, they deny the globe. If they accept the latitude measurement, they accept Earth's measured flat. That's the only outcome in this particular debate now. People want to deny flat Earth measurements, which form the maps and models and indeed form the globe, and you can deny it all you like, because you're denying the globe. But when you accept it, you accept a welcome to flat Earth for it, because it's a flat Earth measurement. Thank you, G+. That you made my editing experience much easier today than you normally do. I was expecting horrendous interruptions from Neil the entire time, and I didn't get any. Thank you. Sometimes get left in editing hell from G+ interruptions. Now, I'm going to do a little plug because I'm live for an audience. So check out the recent video coverage of Thunderfoot. Thunderfoot, who is a much bigger YouTuber, is going to have a much more profound effect on this debate, unbeknownst to him 3 days ago when he released his video measuring Earth flat with latitude. Just like we've debated about. Now, up until now, we've had 9 months of us debating with Glurfs and them being put between a rock and a hard place, just as we've had happen twice today, with them stuttering and stammering. When Thunderfoot does it, and he's not denying the flat Earth measurements, he's making them. That will have a profound effect, and has already. People suddenly go, oh, this is weird. Everything that Flat Earth debate have been talking about for the last 9 months is being described quite openly by Thunderfoot as he goes out and buys spirit levels and establishes horizontal planes of references for angles to Polaris. Yeah, Thunderfoot measures Earth flat. You measure Earth flat. We measure Earth flat. Earth is measured flat. It's just a lot more profound when a Glurf does it and then says, you've just got to take this flat Earth elevation angle measure I just took and put it in hell. You've just got to tell yourself they're the same. End quote, Thunderfoot. So yeah, you can tell yourself that the flat Earth measurement you acquired is just the same as the one in hell when you make the globe a protractor. You can tell yourself that like Thunderfoot did. But him saying it is quite profound for me when I use it as a teaching tool. Look, this is how you create your globe from our perspective as flat earthers. No, it's Latitude's conception. No, it's not a measurement. However, when Flurf is overcome by Glurf, Thunderfoot, when him actually physically doing it, that's a lot more effective. Happy days. Thank you so much, Thunderfoot. You've affirmed 9 months of work by actually doing it, measuring Earth flat and then putting the angle in hell. How wonderful! So it's far less effective when I trim up these videos and stick them out with Glurf idiots from this server or any other server telling me, no, it's not really a measurement. I accept the concept. That's not that great. People respond to it and they start to get the argument. Much more effective when I point out that Thunderfoot's literally doing it with a smile on his face. Here's my very level for the angle on the surface. And if I draw a line that's not level on the tangent that won't give me an angle, I can put that in hell and just tell myself it's the same. That's what you've got to do, Glurfs. Take the flat Earth angle measurement like Thunderfoot made at the sand dunes, and then you've got to put it in hell and tell yourself the angle you just measured on the flat surface is actually you in hell standing inside a giant protractor. That's what you've got to do. What I'll point out is that if you say it's conceptual and in hell, then it's not the surface of Earth anymore, is it? It's just a concept you've created. But if you accept that we do measure latitude, then you accept the flat Earth, because that's how it's measured.
I have a question if you're done.
I watched the video too. It's great. I mean, because Thunderfoot goes on vacation in America, and his main purpose was to just rip Elon Musk. Like the first half of the video is just him going to all these sites where the Hyperloop was. You know, he's mocking these robotic cars getting stuck in the parking lot. And at the very end of the video, he goes out to the desert for some camping trip. Yeah, and measures Earth flat. And then inverts the measurements and says, this is down where the core would be plus or minus 20%. You're like, dude, you're way off. You know, like, even like your fudged data doesn't even give you something close. And he's like, oh, but wind and, you know. I'm like, do you even, like, why end the video looking like a complete buffoon? Like, you want to mock.
I think that's intentional. Don't major on the minors. What did he do to mess up? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he messed it up. He didn't extrapolate out the correct spherical circumference value. No, he was measuring Earth flat. So the fact that he ballsed it up completely in the extrapolation is irrelevant. The angles he took with respect to a flat surface are the measurements. That's the only measurements that were took. They were a flat Earth measurement. So ballsing it up is almost beneficial, because then people come along and go, oh, look, you got it wrong. What? The extrapolation using flat Earth measurements? When I was critiquing, it stopped at the point that he stopped measuring and went, that's it, that's the measurements done off a flat Earth. What he does after this is irrelevant. So after that, he then ballses it up and gets the wrong value. Yeah, but it's still irrelevant. Yeah, he's not very good at doing it. But doing what? Measuring Earth flat? Well, he still measured Earth flat. Everything else beyond that's inconsequential. So I just want to nip that in the bud now. Don't focus on the fact he ballsed up his sphere Earth extrapolation from flat Earth Angle measurements. That's the bit that matters, not the ballsing up the globe bit that he extrapolates out afterwards, after flat Earth measurements.
Oh, yeah, I think the point that I was more trying to make, I see what you're talking about, though, is that he wanted to have, in the video, his main purpose was to make Elon Musk look like a buffoon, but he made himself look like a buffoon. Like, he is shot, like, he wasn't even over the target.
I didn't know that, actually.
He's like,
so I see what you're saying, because I did ignore that bit of your point, which was also very valid. Sorry. Yes, you're saying it's out of spite he's gone to certain locations. I did not know that. But yeah, when pride comes before a fall. So if he's out there going, I'm going to mock Elon Musk, the idiot, and I'm going to do it all these locations, and then I come along and go, you're measuring Earth flat, you dumbo. But you weren't really paying attention to that bit when you were mocking Musk, is your point, right?
yeah, like all these failures that Musk has done proves that somehow he's not the guy. And then he does exactly the same thing. He messes up just basic measurements and then just hand waves it. Well, I'm close enough.
Yeah, close enough with your flat Earth angles. Well, good for you. You measured Earth flat, Thunderfoot. And I'll be using you as a teaching tool from moving forward. That'll be an exceptionally useful video that I will use frequently. You know, gas go down, go boom, boom, got used up for 2 or 3 years, but eventually it faded out of popularity. It had some legs, though. This will add more legs because it's more useful. We've been debating about it in here, trying to push the front foot forward motivation of a flat earther in this server. Well, you can't get much better motivation when you say, look, we've been telling you that more and more people will come forth and start telling you from the globe perspective how they measure Earth flat, and then Thunderfoot does it. Oh, what a wonderful teaching tool. I could kiss the guy, seriously. Thank you, Thunderfoot. I mean that sincerely. Thank you so much. You've validated 9 months' worth of work.
Nathan.
Yes.
Please make more YouTube shorts. I don't know what that app is that you're on where you have 2 people and you flat smack them in 1 minute, but I love it.
Yeah, I've got some ready to release. They'll be released over this weekend. If you're watching this live, it's Friday. Over Saturday and Sunday, at the normal time the debate comes out and the normal time the Uncut and After Show comes out on the second channel, I'll be releasing OMI videos. They're OMI TV videos. Those are the ones you're talking about, right? Yeah, I'll release 4 of them over the weekend. So I have already made some this week. Just put them out to members first. You want to hear one? We've already had a bit.
Nathan.
We've already had a bit of swearing on this show, so one where you won't get to see it, but you get to hear it. They don't all go well. So the 4 that I'm going to release over the weekend are when the reaction isn't exactly as you'd like. But have a listen.
Why are you on this, lad?
Making YouTube videos. Why are you on here?
Making YouTube videos.
You're making YouTube videos.
Yeah, man.
For what?
Are you stupid? What are you making them for?
Telling people about their religion that they were taught in science that they didn't know they have. What about you?
So you're telling someone about a religion, but yet you're making a YouTube video on OMI. Nice one, pal.
That's exactly right.
So you're not doing nothing about religion.
Yeah, telling people about the religion they were taught in science class that they didn't know they have. Asking me what I'm doing. Those are the videos I'm making. I'm making it with you right now. This will be a video.
Shut the fuck up. What you think you are, but...
Okay. Bit dumb, right? Did you know you had that religion?
What religion?
Heliocentrism, the one they taught you in science class that you didn't know you had.
I don't care, man.
You don't care about... That's it. So that'll get released over this weekend. That's currently members only. Yeah, they don't all go perfectly. You know, often they'll just get angry and shout at you. Shocking, eh?
I love it though. That's even funny to release those.
They actually get mixed bag reactions from the members. So the people who are into the stream sometimes watch those ones and go, why have you released these? These are bad. I'm like, well, you know, I'll take them as I get them. If I get to talk about my subject, I'm going to trim it out if it's good or bad. So one of them was 3 or 4 kids. Say kids, they're in their late teens, early 20s. But, you know, pumping weights and basically ripping me to shreds. Not with good arguments, just with personal attacks and insults, right? And I just sort of smiled for 20 minutes and taped the whole thing and then published it. People are like, wow, the scumbaggery of people. Wow, are these really Britons? What are going to be leading Britain in 10 years' time? Things like that. You're like, at the time, your heart's racing because you're getting insulted. Obviously, it affects you to a certain degree, but you try and keep your composure, and then you just edit out the most egregious threats, literally, and then publish it. So, yeah, it doesn't always go the way that people would hope, which is you get to tell someone that they've got a religion, tell them how Earth's measured flat, and they go, wow, I can't believe it.
That was a good one with them two guys. They was asking you some pretty good questions, them two lads. I watched it the other day. You was quite impressed with them. Can't remember the actual questions he was asking you. I think they was asking you about distorted maps and about something about when rockets go up, where does it, where is the end of the wherever it is. But do you remember the one I mean, Nathan?
Absolutely, because they were saying about, well, what is up high then, as in what is the sky? But he phrased it in a way about what's beyond a certain altitude. I can't remember how I phrased it, but he phrased it in a way that told me he's not just saying, well, what's the sky? He's thought about it. Well, at a certain point we can go up to a certain height, but what's beyond that was kind of how he phrased it. I'm like, yeah, you're thinking about it, aren't you? And I had to be honest and go, I don't know. And I love those questions, the ones that I would have asked when I first got to the subject. Well, what the hell is the sky then? What is beyond what we know can travel to and have travelled through in terms of altitude? And the answer is, I don't know. I just know that NASA then say it's a sky vacuum and they're travelling to Mars and the Moon through it, which isn't true. So when you ask questions like that, I'm really appreciative of it. Same with the maps. It's like, well, are the distances on the maps correct? I'm like, no, they're all distorted. They've all been buggered with by transposing flat Earth elevation angles and circles of equal elevation and latitude lines onto globe-shaped surfaces with equatorial planes in hell, and then haversine formula conversions to give you a flat grid when projecting it onto a cylinder and cutting it back out and down the middle and making it a flat map, which is the Mercator projection. Like, all of these things and processes take its toll on the actual verifiable distances on the maps. It's going to distort them. So, as a non-cartographer, I've got a vague idea of how that distortion process works as I just detailed it, but that's about the length of my knowledge. But could I answer his question? They might be accurate. Certainly Ordnance Survey maps are accurate on the smaller scales that they give you, but that's as much as I know, having only limited use of maps myself. But good questions, I completely agree. I love those sorts of questions. When people, you can tell they've offered up some critical thought to their question, right?
That's how it should be, isn't it? That's how it should be. If nobody's thought about these things, gas pressure containment, elevation angles, latitude grid, how is it first derived, what tools are used, but when this is put forth to somebody who's, that's what they should be doing, thinking, well, yeah, I can understand exactly what you mean, and you've got a point, and it's a bloody good point, because they haven't come across this before. They've not heard of this talk. They've just gone with what they've been taught at school and the indoctrination they've had from school, like we all had. So it's really good to see the response.
I had my first that said he already knew. So it's like sometimes they're more awkward to talk to when they're a bit, I don't want to say combative, anti-authoritarian, something along those lines. They're like, I didn't go to school. And what they mean by that is I wagged off a fair bit of school. I'm kind of like that myself. So I know what they mean when they say that. That doesn't mean they didn't have any school education. It means that they often buggered off down to the river to pull bongs. Right? That's what they actually mean. Because that's the word. They were rebellious at school when they say, I didn't go to school. What if I missed the science class? So you were going to some science classes then. Do you see what I mean? That's how the conversation goes. But in those instances, they're both combative because they automatically feel like they're on the back foot because they're like, well, no, I don't have the education that you might assume I've got. You're like, well, that's a good thing. And the one response I got that will also be released over the weekend was a guy saying, I already knew that. I already knew space was fake. If I hadn't been there, why would I assume it's real? And you're like, this is a guy saying, no, I didn't go to school, and kind of downplaying his stature educationally. So that was another interesting one. But yeah, he said he already knew. I even titled the video that. Man says he already knew space is fake. $114 people watching. In light of the short pause, I'll do a little plug. Please share the show if you've not done so already. A very warm welcome to 115 people that are watching. There's a good chance you're only here because other people have already shared the show. Thank you to all the regulars who shared. A very warm welcome to all of you who just got here. Smash the share button if you've not done so already. Also, we are on Politics Discord server today, so it's our regular haunt on a Friday. We are guests in the Politics server. I might mention something about that in a moment once I finish this call to action. Hopefully one of the moderators will stick a link to the Politics Discord server, which graciously have us as their guests on a Friday, to tell them how to move forward on the front foot as flat earthers. That's our main purpose in being here, along with obviously getting to see a few new faces and be on a neutral platform that I have no control over. Speaking of which, this might get interrupted. What I've taken to doing, and you'll hear it in the pre-show, is because I've got no control of shutting the people up when they start chanting through a rebuttal that I've given them twice or three times. I've just taken to doing what they do, which is just doing the zealot mute button. I'll just get up close to my mic and start talking as they're talking. Now, I normally pick the timing so that it's comedic, which is when they start stumbling over their own words and trying to get their sentence fragment out. That's the point that I jump in with a big grin and start doing what they've just done to me 3 minutes earlier, which is chant through a response. I mean, when I do it, it automatically descends into audio chaos and everybody joins in, because that's the main aim for the person that's losing. If I can descend this into audio chaos, the response won't get heard, the question won't get delivered, and a rebuttal won't be required. Now, I'll do it after already having won, just to annoy the person, and if audio chaos ensues, I'll just laugh about it. It's like, well, I've got no control of the mute button, I've only got a fundy mute button to use as well. So I'll use it after you've done it to me 2 or 3 times. So it's justifiable. It's not. It's just sinking to their level for the amusement factor. Anyway, you can check that out as a member when it gets published, which is after we finish recording, which is later on, maybe an hour or two. 118
Notice how the attitude changes when you talk about latitude.
The attitude changes with latitude?
Their attitude changes with latitude.
Yes, it does. Shout out to Phoenix Rising 86. Shout out to John Thor for remixing Nathan as Dr. Evil in his latest video. Glad you reminded me. Yes, big shout out to John Thor. So what he did was take the live stream and did what I did, basically. He took the sections that he thought were the most relevant of Thunderfoot in his education of a flat earth measurement of angle to Polaris and turned it into a video, but made me Dr. Evil. So every time I'm talking, Dr. Evil's like over the top of the what you'd see now, like with reality and the super chat going past or whatever. So, oops, I've got the old video over the top of my... There we go. Shout out to... Who is it that gave that super chat? Flat Earth Travolta. Thank you very much indeed for gifting 5 memberships. And yeah, thank you, John Thor. I did leave a message on his video when I woke up at 5:30, or was woken up by one of my kids at 5:30 with a tooth hanging out of my face. Anybody else see that? Me as Dr. Evil. No? John Thor did a video with me as Dr. Evil, as I just explained. Check it out if you haven't done so already. Right, next.
Nathan, would you like to speak to Atheist Jr.? He is telling us about how gravity works.
Sure. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Negative. It's not science. It's not physics.
Atheists, you are up.
So yeah, there are a couple different lines of evidence. One of them would be gravitational lensing.
Tell us all about it.
Well, it's a phenomenon that occurs when you have a massive object in space and it bends light due to its gravitational pull, and it's been observed. It bends the light due to its gravitational pull on space and time.
Space and time? Can you show me that?
Yes. Excuse me?
Show me space-time, please.
show you space-time, you're currently occupying it. You're moving through light speed. You're moving through it right now at light speed.
No, I'm just
You're
sat in my
moving through
chair.
time at light speed, sorry.
I'm just sat in my chair.
I know. And yet you're moving forward through time.
Telling me what I'm doing isn't
Not
showing
really.
me space-time.
I'm not quite sure how to show you space-time. It's just everything around us. It's the reality.
I'm trying to respond to you. I'm trying to respond to you. You can't. You're not sure if you can. Yeah, that means shut up then. You can't because it's conceptual. It was invented by Einstein. It's a dimension in a geometry. Space-time is a fourth dimension in pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry invented by Einstein. Can't show it me. It's not real. It's a concept invented by a man called Einstein. Second time's a charm.
I thought I was supposed to prove gravity, not show you space-time.
That is gravity.
I can show you space-time.
That is gravity. Gravity is the claim by Einstein in pseudo-Riemannian geometry of the uneven distribution of mass causing the bending and warping of space-time. Do you not know what gravity is?
Yeah, I know what gravity is.
Yeah, it's a concept. Yeah, it's a concept. A fourth dimensional geometry. That's maths.
Like, you know, something can be a concept.
Why isn't he affirming this? Why isn't he affirming? A minute ago, he told me he had... Stop! You told me you had a phenomena. Now, that phenomena isn't scientific evidence. You obviously don't know what scientific evidence is, or you'd have given it me and you didn't. What you did do is suggest that a bent, warping, pseudo-Riemannian conceptual geometry is a phenomena. It isn't. Let's not move on. Let's have you affirm that you understand that you're not going to be showing me jack in a conceptual geometry. Gravity's conceptual.
No, just because something is a concept doesn't mean that it's like conceptual and therefore not real.
No worries. Do you want to show me space-time? We're back at the beginning. Circle, jerk, fundy. Show me space-time. Go.
Okay, well, we can see that around massive objects, space-time is bent.
That's begging the question.
That's why we're able
That's
to
begging
see
the question. That was your claim. That was your claim phenomena, and now you're ascribing it through a begging the question fallacy. That's pathetic. You're not showing me space-time, you're just begging the question now.
Show me reality.
Don't ask me something. You've just begged the question and you're non-responsive to it, telling me what I'm going to do. You don't have I'm going to conclude. You don't have scientific evidence of gravity. It's a pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry. That's conceptual, mathematical, not real, not physics, not science. Stating that you've looked at something happening in the sky is wonderful. You might, at best, have a naturally occurring phenomena. What you have not done is put that through the scientific method and establish the cause of it. You just begged the question that bent space-time, a pseudo-geometry caused it. Now I've put that to you twice. I don't need a question from you. You just need to accept your defeat.
Okay. Oh, that was fast. So if you don't like my evidence for gravity, how do we try a different one? How about gravitational
You didn't give me...
waves?
Stop! No, it wasn't about how much I like something. You said you got scientific evidence. You didn't.
Yeah,
scientific evidence... I don't need you yammering through me. You've just responded by telling me I don't like something. Yeah, now I'm going to respond to that crap reply.
Okay.
No, it wasn't about me. I'm going to be yammered through as I address his reply that I don't like something. No, a pseudo-geometry invented by Einstein isn't about whether or not I like something. It's conceptual. That was my rebuttal. You've taken my rebuttal, ignored it, hand-waved it, and boiled it down to something it isn't, which is whether or not I like something. No, I understand pseudo-Riemannian space-time as a concept in a geometry where the uneven distribution of mass described mathematically will cause the bending and warping of the fourth dimension, which we don't have in physical reality. Length, breadth, depth, that's it. Time is also a concept, it's not a dimension. Einstein saying it is and creating it in maths doesn't make it something that's physical. You haven't shown it in science. You've claimed a phenomena and then begged the question. And then told me that I don't like something. I think I'm done with this asshole. And tell me what I don't like when I summarise your defeat.
We talk about gravitational waves.
The ones you begged the question of a moment ago, I've already dealt with them. I just told you begged the question that warping space-time caused them. And now I'm addressing him and he's talking as I readdress the exact thing I've repeated twice already, that he's now asking me whether or not I want to talk about it. I addressed it specifically. Gravitational lensing is a concept within Einstein's geometry. I've already dealt with it. Sorry, I'm getting annoyed because I'm dealing with something multiple times.
It's a different concept.
I'm dealing with something. I'm appealing to the mods while I get chanted through. I've dealt with him 3 times. I don't see why my blood pressure should be raised and I should be told I don't like things by a zealot who hasn't acknowledged a single word I've said to him in refutation of his garbage he had claim that he had science for. He didn't. I've dealt with him. I don't want to be told again what I don't like or asked if I can deal with lensing in pseudo four-space geometry when I've dealt with it 3 times. I'm done with him. Next. Bloody zealots. Raising my sodding blood pressure, asking me if I can deal with something. You can't acknowledge my response. You can only ask me if I can deal with something I've literally just dealt with. How irritating. Maybe pay attention. "10 minutes left on this live stream. Any other zealots want to tell me how Earth curve exists, gravitational concepts are real? Feel free."
Meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat.
Well said.
The Greeks all knew that.
So did Einstein. He's dealing with an asymptotically flat plane in pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time. You need a flat Earth to describe that geometry also. Why do you think they tell you your space is flat?
It's not that space is actually flat.
It's just that you have to describe it that way mathematically with an asymptotically flat plane like Einstein did. Like space is described. Flat.
It's like different descriptions for different types of...
Like, do you want to stop mumbling? Gussie, up to your mic.
No, I don't know. I've got nothing to argue in this one. I've got no arguments. I'd be a baseless bullshitter like Harp said in the side chat.
Fair enough. No, I appreciate that.
But
if you're a globe believer and you're like, I don't really have any good arguments, fair enough.
But like, you believe in the flat Earth theory?
No, it's measured flat. There is no theory. That's a category error. It's not science. We're not dealing with experimentation to form scientific theory. It's measurements of Earth, like elevation angles to form the maps and models. Latitude, for example.
So do you think that general model of the
Before
flat
I've even
Earth is
answered
like
his
a
question,
working
he's chanting through me
solution?
because it's painful. If you don't have anything to say and you've got no decent arguments, what makes you think you're worthy of interrupting me answering you?
Because no one else is speaking and you can't...
While I'm talking, nobody else is speaking? What, no one's backing up me answering your question while you start talking through it? Earth's measured flat. You're in a category error when you ask me about my theory. Stop talking while I'm answering you.
You need to get your dick chopped off.
Can you remove this man from the call, please? That's what happens when a zealot finds out Earth's measured flat. They tell me I need to remove my penis. That's what they do when they find out how Earth is measured flat. And that it's not a belief and it's not a theory in a category error. I'm told I need to chop my dick off. Or I get swore at when I put them between a rock and a hard place about their latitude lines on their globe that they can't measure when they deny them as concepts. Then I'll get told to F off. Share your pain, zealot.
Chopping your dick off won't alter the fact that, the latitude grid is elevation angle to and from Polaris measured at sea level.
Yeah. But when you lose your globe faith and are made to feel stupid by a flat earther, you'd rather have the flat earther chop their own dick off. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Maybe you'd like to send me to Antarctica. Yeah, I bet you would. Share your pain.
And I don't know what you're doing to these guys, but it's bad this past month. They are just going crazy.
Yeah, I can tell by the
Now
amount
we're
of
chopping
response.
dicks off. You chop your dick off, then it becomes a ball again. Earth becomes a ball.
Yes.
You're going to need a flat plane for the Earth to become a ball.
You are, yeah. That's why they all hate us at the moment. They can't get out of the situation they're in a true dichotomy. Got latitude. Do you accept it? Yeah, I do. Well, you accept that we measure Earth flat then? No, I don't. It's conceptual. Well, then you deny your globe as just being a mere concept. Well, I do accept it. Well, then Earth's measured flat. Well, I don't accept it. Well, then you don't have a globe to believe in. What are you going to do? Tell me that it is accepted on the basis that I postulate it as a claim I'm making. No, latitude's a measurement. You can try and weasel around it and make it into Nathan Oakley's claim, as happened in the pre-show, but it's still just a measurement off a flat Earth, whether you like it or not. Trying to make it my claim won't succeed. It'll just mean that you deny your globe latitude lines based on Nathan Oakley's concept of latitude. That's what you'll have to deal with. I love it. It's a true dichotomy. We've either got latitude, measured, or we haven't. If we haven't, you haven't got a globe. If we have, Earth's measured flat. That's it. Like it or lump it.
Red pill, blue pill.
Basically, you take the red pill, you accept Earth's measured flat. You take the blue pill, you deny your globe as a concept.
Hold on, Nathan, that's not fair. You're not giving them no wiggle room.
No, zero. I mean, they try and have wiggle room. I'll accept latitude as a concept that Nathan Oakley makes as a claim. Okay, well, if it's denied on the basis that it's just Nathan Oakley's claim, we haven't got a globe with latitude around it. Oh, we have got latitude wrapped around a globe. Oh, well, then we've got latitude measured off a flat plane, because that's what it is.
Yeah, they're definitely in between a rock and a flat place.
Certainly are. Got time for one more fundy, ladies and gentlemen. Next. Alternatively, we can have 3 minutes of protracted silences. It's just as good. The interesting thing about the politics shows, right, is, in my opinion, they're the best shows. They've got the most debate content. Given the name of the show, Flat Earth Debate, the politics server generates the most debate. Therefore, should be the best shows. They're the least viewed. But this today's show, even though it's got 116 live viewers, for whatever reason, they barely scrape up to 1,000 views over their week that they're live before the next one. Isn't that weird? Please share the show if you've not done so already.
What sort of views do we get in the week then?
Over 1,000.
And you might come to get to a point though where we're demonstrating Earth's measured flight. There's a bit of argumentation and a debate going on, like you say. But it's come to a point now where we all know this, don't we? We've been through this. We're just pointing out the facts of the matter again, and people just might want to concentrate on other things now going forward. I know we're going forward on the front foot with Earth is measured flat, but you understand what I'm saying? People used to just thrive off the argumentation, didn't they? And the back and forth debate type of thing, even though it's not a debate. But maybe just happy now to listen when we're on the show in the week, discussing things and getting into detail about other things and, criticising and putting our own arguments in order.
No,
that's quite interesting sometimes.
I think it's more the fact that people prefer us watching videos and taking them apart than they do listening to a debate. People would rather listen to that Thunderfoot video, for instance. That's been so well received. Whereas, like I say, by contrast, you would think, given the nature of what you've just suggested, people want the debate. Well, regardless of whether or not, in this instance, unlike most neutral outcomes that occur in flat Earth discussions, this one does have a conclusion, but it doesn't become the most popular show, even though it's the one with the most debate in it. Video responses do. Anyway, we'll ponder that another time, because with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Well, we're here for a bit, so if anybody else wants to discuss anything, we're here while we're here. Hello, Adam.
Afternoon, I'm driving, so
Okay.
I'll chat for a bit.
No worries. Once you're home, I know QE's not around today, but you up for you and I doing a bit of bookwork? Or whoever's around, you know what I mean?
Yeah, by all means, because I said I'm free till about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, so yeah, cool.
Well, depending on how well this Discord visit goes, if this dies on its ass in the next 20 minutes, then we might start sooner rather than later. We'll see how it goes.
I'm going to be about an hour anyway, so
perfect.
Probably good timing.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Then we do about 3 hours here, which is what I'm typically aimed to do. We've done 2 already.
Cool.
Indeedy. What animal shall I have on today's thumbnail? Ants was last week. 2 ants fighting. What do you think I should have this week?
Nathan, you spiraled Atheist Junior to the point that he had to be removed.
You mean
Sex
spiraled?
was getting ridiculous.
Why? What did he do?
He's just going. He was just blowing up the text after I started deleting his messages. Just all about you and everything. Just talking about you, and people are telling him it's his show. He can talk. It's what he does. That's why he has us. Basically, whatever. We're moderating. You have nothing to do with it. So yeah, when he gets a red mic, it's not whatever. Yeah, we're letting him talk because that's what he does.
When he's being interruptive or whatever the word is, you guys are taking control of that, and he's going, Nathan, the scumbag is closing me down. No, we're doing that, and he's running a show.
Yeah. People just hate that. When you're not on, we let people do whatever they want for the most part. We let Globers sit in here and globe smack and flat smack. But at certain times, we just moderate.
Fair enough. And I'm very grateful to you.
You know, it's a conspiracy, right? The government wants you to believe the Earth is round because that's going to benefit the government.
Yeah.
It's obvious why they would want to do that, too.
Yeah, keep us under control.
Right. By making you think the Earth is round, that's gonna control you. It's so obvious.
Oh, no, it controls the land more than anything else, doesn't it? It limits
I mean, the benefits of that is just so many, it's hard to name any of them. You just give up before you
start. You keep talking about it, Nephilim.
Yeah, you got to... We're talking to a troll, Nathan, just giving you a heads up.
Sure. Well, up until a point, he's suggesting by sarcasm
I'm not a troll, but I have a question.
Well, it seems like you're talking straight through my response. It seems like I'm talking, and while I'm doing that, you're talking, which does kind of make you a troll, Nephilim.
Well, no, I wouldn't.
You had to be server muted because you carried on talking and justifying your interruption of me. So the server mute has gone, sod that. I'll just shut you up. Obviously, it's not me doing that, Nephilim. You just carried on talking, justifying your interruption. Obviously, your interruption meant that I was in the middle of saying something. It didn't mean that you interrupting me was going to be met with you continuing to talk as I justified your position. Which was to say, sarcastically, why would they want to control us with the globe? Well, up until a point, they were expanding out Earth flat and finding new worlds. Then all of a sudden, the world just wraps around itself in the shape of a ball, actually derived from a church rhetoric about 500 years ago. And we don't find any new worlds. There's that interruption again. We don't find any new worlds beyond a certain point. But when we did, and expanded out the new territory, found new worlds with new aliens on them, new cultures and new peoples that we didn't know existed prior to us discovering them, we were doing all of that flat with elevation angle measurements. Old Hoss, can you go on mute, please?
They found aliens on other planets, you say?
New worlds. Try and pay attention to the words I actually say. We expanded
New
out
worlds.
the territory. I'm correcting you. You got wrong. You didn't listen, so I'm now having to correct you. Maybe that means you continue talking through the correction you got wrong. No, it means I'm going to correct you. No, I didn't say aliens on new planets. I said new worlds.
Well, so
New
they
worlds
found
being a
aliens on
description,
New
and maybe
Worlds.
the second or third interruption is going to mean that you won't get a correct idea of it. That which you've got wrong,
I
and I'm
see
still
you're
correcting,
scared.
and you're
I
still
acknowledge
talking
you're
through me.
scared.
Eventually, the server operators will realise what a wank you are and stop you from doing this. Maybe you think
Yeah,
that
I
now I'm
see what
pausing. It's again your turn to talk. I'm still in the middle of the same sentence, and the server moderator had to step in, and he's ran away. Because unless he gets to chant through me and disturb my flow of answering him, he doesn't want to play. It's only him interrupting to the point where he's going to leave because he's not going to get to play that game. The server operators won't let him on the neutral platform because it's not reasonable that every single response to his question either gets ignored, repositioned, or chanted through. Sod off then. Run, you little bitch. Meanwhile, I'll expand on the answer I was giving him. Up until a point, we expanded out the known territories flat with elevation angle measurements and maps that we had made with the flat territories and the flat stars and the systems that we had tracked for hundreds of years with respect to their angles on a plane. With that information, we found new worlds. And the term aliens comes as a derivation of those peoples on those new worlds moving into the old territories, then defined as aliens. Up until a point where Earth wraps around itself, and there's no new worlds to find. Where are the new worlds? Oh, well, they're in the sky. The little twinkling lights are the new worlds with aliens on them. Yeah, we used to find new worlds and aliens as we expanded out the territory into what we used to call new worlds and third worlds. But it's better if we now call them developing and developed countries, because new worlds is just too suggestive. Better we don't call them aliens. Let's call them displaced people. Just too suggestive. We want people to believe that aliens are the lights in the sky, and that's where the new soil is. We can mine those twinkling lights, like we used to mine the new worlds we found when we expanded out the world flat. Well, that's not going to be the case anymore. You just go back on yourself. And what's that? Flat earthers, they don't talk about how the world was expanded flat and the new worlds were found flat and we found people on the new worlds that we now call aliens, displaced people. They need to talk about an ice wall. That's what flat earthers claim. So ask them about that. Well, when people do it, I'll point out that no, we expanded out the new worlds quite successfully flat in outer space. The area we used to call beyond the horizon, where the territories weren't discovered yet. That was outer space. Now, outer space isn't the area beyond the offing, that's the horizon, the area that you're limited by your view and perspective with. No, outer space is now a sky vacuum. So when someone says, what's the point? Why would the government want to control us with this? Well, government control and the United Nations and the people who are or aren't in it are very specifically the control that they have over the world. And yet you want to question how it might not be beneficial to have any more developing countries. Yeah, I can pretty much extrapolate that quite easily, given the expansion that we've already experienced and demonstrable history of those new worlds. I don't need to appeal to anything beyond an area I don't already know and haven't already experienced and hasn't already been bleeding colonised. So yeah, there is absolutely an element of government control that is exercised by way of flat earth and globe earth rhetoric, put in false dichotomy with feaster nonsense about ice walls, as opposed to the reality of how we expanded the known world with flat earth angle measurements to the stars. So we didn't die as we expanded out our territories into the new worlds. I'm done. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. That's how it's expanded. Why would the government want to lie about the globe? Next.
Dropping like flies.
Any word on when the Glurf side of this discussion are going to make a public appearance? Or in public? They all just stuck in their echo chambers?
Well, Manufactotum is here, but I don't think he can talk. He might be at work because it seems like he can talk after your show ends, but was typing a minute. At least he said hi, but that's the only Glober. You got rid of them. They're like bug spray.
Not exactly what I meant. What I meant is, in the last week, I made a public appearance, and somebody we suspect comes from this server met me in person to debate. He was also put between a rock and a hard place when it came to latitude measurement. My question is, when's Simon Dan making a public appearance? Is he just stuck in his echo chamber? Stuck online? Or is he going to make a public appearance? What about Creaky? When's he making a public appearance? Well, any of them. When's Dave McKeegan going to go and make a public appearance so he can be questioned and challenged in public? Or are they just stuck in their echo chambers, complete cowards? About rhetoric, does he make public appearances? About some of the Americans? Does Professor Dave make public appearances so he can be challenged on his rhetoric in public with cameras pointing at him? When's he going to do that? Is he just stuck online like a complete coward? That's what I'm asking. When are any of these echo chamber-laden cowards going to make a public appearance?
Good point.
And until they do, they're just going to be branded as echo chamber-bound cowards. All of them. Dan, you're a coward. Professor Dave explains you're a coward, trapped online in an echo chamber. Sound familiar? Is this not what I get accused of? Meanwhile, I'm making public appearances and being debated with by the audience. So when are we going to see an equivalent from the cowards on the Glurf side? No, nothing. Well, I'll just keep asking, I guess, and keep calling them cowards stuck in echo chambers.
They talk during the week in the chat, like really hard, and they even say they might come. There was a guy, Windorf. He said he sent Brian something, and after a while, it turned out he did not send pretty much anything important or anything that isn't seen before, but he said he sent the pitch data, and he said Brian been asking for months, and I was like, years he's been asking.
I can't speak for Brian, I don't know, mate. Great. Maybe I'll make an appearance. Hey, John.
Hey. Vastus Los.
No, we're just waiting for you to say hello.
I said, hey. Then I said, Vastus Los, Holmes.
I don't know what that means.
What's happening?
Standard fare visit to the Politics Discord server. You
have some religious zealots in here?
I was just about to say we had one religious gravity-believing zealot that had a bit of a meltdown. And another guy that ended up swearing at me when I put him between a rock and a hard place with latitude measurements when he denied them as conceptual only on the basis that they were my claim. So I said, okay, you deny your globe claim then. And then he started effing and blinding at me. It was great. Another guy that told me I had to chop my own penis off in a similar circumstance.
Seriously?
Yeah. Wonderful visit.
I'll do 7 offsuits.
Yeah. A lot of rumpusing and chanting as well, it's standard fare. I also, in the pre-show, decided that if which I'm not, in control of the server, to just take control of people who chant straight through the middle of a response they've asked for. I'll just do the same to them when they start stuttering. So when they start forming sentence fragments that are partially a question and partially an answer and a stutter at the start of it, I'll start fundy muting them and just getting right up to my mic going, yeah, stutter for me. Like, yeah, I can do that too. Of course, when I do it, it immediately descends into audio chaos as 4 white knights all do the same, because they're like, well, that's what they want, isn't it?
Yes. Poor dumb bastards are caught between a rock and a flat place, aren't they?
Absolutely. It's a true dichotomy.
Yep.
You either accept latitude or you don't. If you accept it, Earth's measured flat. If you don't, you haven't got a globe to believe in anymore.
How sweet it is.
Yep. Someone told me it wasn't a true dichotomy today. No, that's a false dichotomy. All right. Latitude not real. Okay, call it a false dichotomy and I'll tell you that you're denying latitude and you're denying your globe. There's no way around this true dichotomy, because that's precisely what it is.
Did they provide the third choice?
No. With a open and closed yes or no, latitude real or isn't. Third option, zenitude. No, mate, no. We definitely got latitude. It's definitely real. It's definitely measured off a flat Earth. If you deny it or call it a false dichotomy without providing a third option, when latitude's the only option.
It's conceptual, Nathan. It's conceptual.
Then you deny the globe as conceptual. So we're not standing on the surface of the globe with latitude lines on it. Bye-bye globe. Oh, I do accept the latitude
Learns.
measured.
Do you have anything for Nathan today? Matthew Learns, F professor.
God.
I rarely do.
You had plenty before. 90 degrees. Yes, it's 90 degrees. 90 degrees. 90 degrees. It's not a right angle triangle.
I have to.
Yeah, my thing with that is that you don't have to have a 90-degree triangle.
You said it was 90 degrees. You want me to go get it?
So yeah. You can use 90 degrees. You can use the horizon, but when you're doing celestial navigation, you don't have to. There are other ways around it.
Horizon? How do you have horizon on a globe-tart?
I'm saying you don't have to have one. You can ignore the horizon.
You don't have to have a horizon on a globe-tart? Do you know what a sextant is, Matthew?
You don't have to use the horizon. Yes.
That wasn't my question. Do you know what a sextant is?
Yes.
Yes. It has 2 mirrors on it. Can you state what the 2 mirrors are, please?
They help you line up the horizon with the star.
I didn't say what they help. I didn't ask you what they helped you do. I said the nomenclature of the 2 mirrors, please.
I don't know.
I thought you said you did know.
No, I didn't say that I knew the names of those mirrors.
One of them is called the horizon mirror.
Okay, that sounds plausible. Yep.
Okay, so we've got the sextant, and you're saying we don't need the horizon, correct?
Right.
Wrong. Just out of interest, you're specifically maths, aren't you, Matthew?
I teach that part-time sometimes computer science, sometimes business, but just part-time.
Oh, fair enough. A PhD called Thunderfoot of videography, you may or may not be familiar with it, it's not important, suggested that a horizon was at your zenith, 90 degrees to the centre of Earth. Would you agree with Thunderfoot's definition of a horizon that's at the tangential point you stand at in his diagrammatical example? I can send you a screenshot if you want me to show you what it means, what I mean by that, rather, what he means by that. Would you agree that, as described by Thunderfoot, a horizon is tangential to a point that's matching the centre of Earth? Would you agree?
Tangential to a point. I'm having trouble understanding what he means by that, but it generally is about 90 degrees from the zenith, but not always, I guess. I mean,
So-
there's a dip angle, right?
So you agree? You'd say that a horizon is 90 degrees to your zenith?
No, I just said the opposite. I said it's generally true, but there's sometimes a dip angle. And I wouldn't describe that as a definition. That's more of a description.
Okay. What's a dip angle? What's that referencing?
The dip angle is referencing the difference between where the horizon is and level from the point you're standing. Level being, you could describe level as 90 degrees from the from vertical.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
What do you mean? Why does that imply flat Earth?
Like the dip between surface level and your height of eye, correct?
No, that's not what he said. He didn't say that. You gave it to him. You're wrong. That's the definition. He just gave it to you there, Matthew. So now you're wrong for the 5,678th time in a row. How do you acquire a dip angle, Matthew? How do you acquire it? Take us through it. So you're out in the parking lot. You're getting ready to navigate a ship. You just board the ship. Now what do you do?
Well, I would say you could ignore the horizon altogether and just directly measure the zenith distance. That's why I was saying you don't need the horizon. But if you want to use the horizon,
make a low head, he would have screwed that up. So
if you were,
you get out the car. You're in the parking lot. You board the ship. What do you first do? We're talking about dip angle. What do you first do, Adam? I'm sorry, Matthew.
I don't know. I mean, I've never done it.
Well, if I give you a hint, it's also known as a height of eye correction.
Well, I guess you'd figure out how high your eye is.
How would you do that?
Maybe measure how high the eye is from the sea level.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
The water.
So that'd be a flat Earth measurement then.
No, on the globe we can measure our elevation above sea level also.
Sorry, I think you mean your elevation above globe level. You said surface level. That's not a globe. Surface level isn't globe shaped. When you're measuring your height above a globe, as you've been... My bad, I didn't realise that my undoing of your claim was in need of interruption to say yes, it is. So is it a correction with respect to the height above globe level? Curve level? Because that's oxymoronic. No, it's not. It's your height above sea level, isn't it?
Yes, your height above sea level.
Right, so that's not a height above a globe then. You said yes. You said yes incorrectly. You're not measuring a height above a globe with your height above sea level. I welcomed you to Flat Earth. Your response was, no, we can measure our height above the globe with sea level. No, that's oxymoronic. If you're measuring your height above a sea level, you're not measuring your height above a globe. It is that simple.
You are. It would just change based on how far away.
Don't need a white knight. Don't need a white knight.
Yeah, I do. What's wrong with this? Is a discussion. It's not. You can't call him a white knight. It's just.
I was called here specifically to interact with you, by the way, Oakley, by Jedi.
Well, you can wait.
Okay.
But you can't get your height above globe level. It's not called globe level, is it?
Yes, you can.
So reference me by citation globe level, please.
I'm saying sea level.
That's not a globe. It's level. Yet you just saying it's the height above a globe because it's the height above sea level is oxymoronic. That's the third time I've said it.
It's the fourth time I've denied it. So it is not oxymoronic.
So cite it. So cite height above globe level, oxymoronic as that is and idiotic as that is. Go and get a citation, please.
Now this is the fifth time I've told you that it's not oxymoronic.
So height above globe level.
Are you just going to sit there and chant your same denial that it's
my win?
Your same oxymoronic claim?
Yes, I'm answering you. Yes, I'm going to repeat my win that it's oxymoronic to say both height above curve level. Are you going to just chant through you being demolished, Matthew?
He's left.
Coward, bitch. No, there is no height above globe level. When I asked him for a citation, he ran, didn't he?
Well, sea level's commonly described. I mean, sea level and globe level would be synonymous, right? Because
Citation,
if you come with the
please.
presupposition that it is a globe,
No,
then
it's
of course you're going to
oxymoronic.
measure those as the same phenomena.
Citation, please.
This
You don't
is
need
a
a
good
citation.
example, isn't it, of the church of the ball, yeah? They'll lie to themselves so much and just invent this term up, make it real, say it often enough, but you have invented a term globe level there. You know it's never been used. You know the term that everybody uses is sea level. You know what level means, but you'll stand there, just lying your faces off. Yeah, going, yeah, globe level, reasonable. Yeah, reasonable, because we are on a globe, therefore it would be level. Yeah, absolutely.
If you're going to be that patronising, I don't think I'm going to engage with you either.
Then get lost. Then absolutely get lost, you pathetic globe cuck.
Okay, decent argumentation there.
No, globe level isn't bending. There is no such beast. There's no such beast as globe level. You glurf idiots make it up. And when I asked Matthew Learns to cite it, he ran like a bitch. Not what? If that's my argumentation, cite height above curve level, height above globe level. Cite it.
You don't need to because the.
Oh, you don't need to, glurf bitch.
Okay, don't get.
That's a good argumentation, like you've just levelled at my door. No, that's a crap argument. That's a baseless assertion fallacy, where you just say, I don't need to back my argument. It's not necessary. Yeah, because it's oxymoronic, and you can't.
Because you
oxymoronic globe level. You can't have height above curve level. Chanting won't make you win. Like Matthew, you can chant and then bugger off after claiming I'm chanting through you. It's oxymoronic to say your height above a curve level. That's stupid. That's why you can't cite it. Chanting through me defeating you won't give you the win. It's oxymoronic. I'll just keep summarising with him, keep chanting. It's the fourth attempt. It's the fourth attempt. It's my win.
Again,
you'll keep talking while I'm summarising the point. What have I got to do?
We can have a civil discussion. If not, then I'm not going to be able to engage.
That's just a poison the well fallacy.
Just get lost then. If you can't cope with me repeating the win, which it's oxymoronic to say that globe level is level. It's oxymoronic. Level isn't curved. The curve of a globe. Is it just me, or am I getting chanted through by a zealot? Is it just me, or am I getting chanted through again by a zealot? What's going on? It's the sixth attempt to point out that it's oxymoronic, that you can't have a height above a level curve.
I'm going to wait for someone less egregious to come along and then I'll engage with them.
Well, it's my show, so you'll be waiting a long time, dickhead.
Then I'll wait.
Okay? So close your mic and wait till I've disappeared. Until then...
I shall.
Until then, what, are you going to keep talking? I thought you were going to wait, so you're also a liar. Gotta lie to glurf. I'll just wait till someone else more reasonable and it's not their show time and they're running and hosting a show. I'll wait till then. No, you won't. You'll keep talking. Because this is painful for you when I point out how oxymoronic it was for Matthew Learns, a teacher, to say that he's got a height above globe level and then fail to cite it, which he did and then ran. Now you're white knighting for the same argument and chanting through me. And when you lose with the oxymoronic statement of it's okay to not cite anything that's oxymoronic, globe level height thereof and above it, oh, it's fine, I don't need to. That's a loss, a total fail. Now, again, after 7 attempts of summarising your fail, you're telling me, well, I'm not going to talk to you, you're not reasonable. Oh, what a wonderful discussion point and rebuttal to the fact that oxymoronic globe levels aren't going to give you your height above them.
It's quite funny how he's bothered to come here to tell us that he doesn't need to rebut anything. Why are you here then, mate? If you're not here to rebut something, is it because you don't have a rebuttal and all you're doing is proving a flat earth? So you're only
I don't engage with people who
is to appeal
refuse
to
to be civil.
somebody that will actually accept your retort, which is, I don't need any evidence to just keep believing I'm on a ball, which is all you seem to have done. Now, if you had something,
I've had some,
and you're bothered to turn up here, why not? Why not wow us all with your amazing ball proof?
Instead of just standing there going, discussions. I've had some fantastic discussions with some other flat earthers in here who have been very civil and not egregious at all.
You can't
but
cope with us.
I don't engage with people who use emotions.
You're still engaging with us. You are still engaging.
I know, I'm explaining.
You're
why
also
I'm not
stuttering.
engaging.
You're also stuttering, son. I am still stuttering. Yeah, we know. You lost and want to tell us how you don't want to engage us anymore because you can't cope with us. That's the reality.
Well, yeah, I can't cope with the emotion.
There is no emotion. You're the only one stuttering.
There's a lot of emotion. You used a lot of ad hominem and got very, very emotional and very loud.
You're the only one that's here talking about emotion.
Yeah,
I know because I
projection, stuttery, stutter for me. Projection much? Yes, stutter for me. Stutter for me. You project your ad homs. Yeah, you're just projecting.
I'll happily argue if he promises not to be so emotional. Simple.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, he hasn't been emotional this whole time. You have. You're the one that's talking about his emotion.
Guy. The guy who's now causing audio chaos. The guy wants to engage with you so he can exclude me from the discussion, and you're helping him. So thank you very much. Okay, I'll remove all emotion from it. Cite globe level, please.
You don't require that, and if you can let me, please, explain why, right? Okay. If you're coming from the assumption that the world is a globe, right, then describing your position above sea level at any given point, assuming your reference point is that which is directly below you, it would be equal to the amount above sea level that you'd be on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, right? The phenomena is the same, irrespective of what form the Earth takes.
That makes no sense, what you've just said. Yeah?
Well, I think it makes perfect sense.
That's because you don't understand the word level. Should we start there? Because we obviously need to pare this back. Yeah? You do not understand the word level. What does level mean?
Well, in regards to sea level, the level, the amount of space you are above the point you are measuring.
Incorrect.
That's not level.
I'm a level. No, you see, this shows you don't know what level is. Then the amount of space I'm above the point I'm on. No, what level will relate to another point to where you are. Otherwise, it couldn't be level. Otherwise, it's just a point. You need to go back to basic GCSE geometry, don't you? Because you actually just demonstrated you don't know what the word level means. That's embarrassing, dude. Did somebody call you in here to deal with this? You're the best they've got. The guy that don't know what level is.
No. A flat earther called me in and said I would enjoy a conversation with Oakley. Apparently, he was wrong.
Okay, well, you've described level with a point. Well, that just makes you demonstrably stupid. So he obviously thought it'd be amusing to see you have an asshole ripped out of you by me, because you've just described level as having reference to a single point. No, you can't describe level with one point. That makes you moronic. Okay, son?
Oh, no, I disagree.
Okay, describe level with a single point. Go.
For example, if the Earth's crust is 500 meters below me, which it isn't, of course, but hypothetically, let's say it is, the point at which is 500 meters below me is the point of reference I'm measuring. I understand what you're saying, right? Because if we're talking about a flat level, then it would be the entire surface that we're measuring and not a single given point, right?
Okie dokie. Do you want to just show us you measuring level 500 feet below surface? Please? Can you show me that?
Can I show you? Well, no, I can't stick a ruler into the Earth's crust, so no.
So you can't do this then. So that was a load of nonsense that meant nothing. So you can't measure level.
Well, I can't demonstrate it. I can't.
So in conclusion, I'm going to get chanted through as I conclude his total garbage about going 500 feet below surface level to acquire a point with respect to the core of Earth. No, that's not measuring level. That's idiotic. What a stupid thing to have said.
Again, if we could stop with the ad hominem, that'd be fantastic.
Sorry, I'll just conclude again. That was unequivocally stupid to suggest that you could measure below the surface, and then when I ask you to show me what you declared you would measure for level, you say you can't. That is stupid. Not an ad hominem.
I don't have a drill, right?
Excuse me, you don't have to chant through me. Excuse me, I'm responding to you.
That doesn't mean it's impossible.
Excuse me, chanting zealot. I appreciate that you've just accused me of a fallacy and I'm undoing that. Doesn't mean you've got to chant through the conclusion. Yeah? I know it's painful. Did your friend tell you that you could just chant through, Nathan, when he proved you wrong? Oh, bless. That was very stupid. In conclusion, it's not an ad hominem. Okay. Absolutely not an ad hominem as was just laid at my door. That's wrong. It was a performance assessment. Because it's stupid to say you can measure something below surface level and when asked to show it, you say I can't. That's very stupid. Not an ad hominem.
I don't think it's stupid. I just don't have the tools to do it right now.
Well,
it's
it
clearly
is.
possible.
Well, show us. If it's not stupid, show us. If it's not stupid to say, if it's not as you believe so, show me measuring below 500 feet below. Show me now. Or understand how stupid it was to say it. You don't think so? Show it then, dum-dum.
But I can't show it right now.
So it's very stupid to suggest that that's how you measure it then. That would be a very stupid suggestion by you then, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would. It's stupid to say you can measure something in a certain way and then when asked to show it, you can't. That's stupid. You don't have to like it, dum-dum. You can keep chanting through the top of me as I point out how stupid you are because you prefer it as just an ad hom when describing how stupid you are. Adam, what are you doing?
No, if you can, there are polite ways to refute.
It's very stupid, guys, right? When asked to give a definition of level, that you come back with a suggestion of digging a 500-foot hole. Just define level.
I'm sorry, Adam. I think you'll find that was actually an ad hom as opposed to a performance assessment based on what he said. According to him, that's an ad hom, and that requires constant interruptions as his stupidity is laid bare for an audience. He feels that that's an invitation like now for him to start talking through me with his fundamentalist zealot mute button that he's using as I summarise just how stupid it was to suggest that the measurement, according to him, with a single point, would be acquirable 500 feet in a hole. How stupid you are. Do you want to tell me I'm ad homming, you stupid idiot who said you'd dig 500 feet and then couldn't? No, that's just because you're stupid, son. You enjoying your time with Nathan Oakley because you were sent here to talk to me and show me how wrong I was with a point below the surface 500 feet?
No, that was not why I was sent here whatsoever. Someone said I'd enjoy the conversation.
You enjoying yourself?
100%.
Excellent. You're very stupid. You said you could get a measurement 500 feet below surface and when asked to show it, you couldn't. Making you stupid. Glad you're enjoying yourself, stupid idiot.
I mean,
you're just saying stupid things and then chanting through the summaries of how stupid you are and claiming that they're fallacies by chanting through people who show you how stupid you are. You think that by chanting through me, summarising how stupid it was to dig a hole 500 feet for a point that won't give you level, you think that's an ad hom? Oh, you stupid idiot, you can't identify false logic. That wasn't a faulty piece of logic by me, an ad hominem according to you. It was just you being stupid, lad. Glad you're enjoying me telling you, with demonstrable evidence, based on the words you used, just how stupid you are. I'm glad you enjoy being berated for your stupidity that you denied calling it an ad hom. Glad you enjoy. Are you a bit of a masochist, mate? You like being told off for your stupidity, do you? Good for you. I'm not a sadist. I've just got a winning argument when people tell me level's a single point. It isn't. That's what stupid people say, and then call it an ad hom.
Okay, am I going to get a chance to talk, or are you just going to do it?
I'm just going to berate you for your stupidity, son. That's right. The winner gets to do that. The idiot moron gets to enjoy being told how stupid he is and then ask when he's going to get permission from the winner to talk. This isn't that time, though, son. This is me gloating. Me revelling how stupid you were, how idiotic it was to claim it was an ad hom, when digging 500 feet by your suggestion is the measurement, can't be done by you by demonstration, making you a clown, a stupid clown, who can't even refute the stupidness that you've used. You say it's a fallacy of ad hom. No, mate, you don't know how to identify
Nathan.
Fallacy. You're asking me when you're going to get a chance to respond, and I'm still berating you, son. You still think that the answer to your question, that would be me berating you for your stupidity, was your invitation to talk. I'm answering you. When will you get clean air? When I'm done making absolutely clear how stupid you were and how wrong you were to claim an ad hom fallacy? No, moron. No, that's you being moronic, claiming ad hom when you've been demonstrably stupid. When you say, I understand, Nathan, I'm really stupid, then I might give you a chance to move on to a different subject. Until then, I'll shout you down like a little bitch every time you interrupt the dunspiration that you're getting. Every time you do that, I'll just raise my voice. Because it's not your invitation to talk, son. You were shown to be wrong. You were shown to be stupid, and that means I get to tell you off when you just hand wave your idiocy as an ad hom.
This isn't a classroom, Nathan. We're two adults having a conversation.
No, it's me telling you off. You're the dunce in this classroom scenario. You're being sent to the dunce corner with a dunce hat for being stupid, and as you skulk away into the corner of this metaphorical classroom, you're saying, it was an ad hom, he's ad homming me. No, dunce. Saying you can measure a point 500 feet below surface level is what a dunce says in this classroom. Dunce, get in the corner, you done dunce. In other words, no, I'm not asking you for your next response. You've been sent to the dunce corner.
I gathered that.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, dunce. You're very stupid.
Well,
Everybody here is smarter than you, dunce. Nobody's inviting you to talk, you belligerent little dunce. You're done. We've humiliated you plenty. You've denied it by saying it's an ad hom. Now you're getting told off.
Well, you haven't. You've got your room of sycophants who enjoy watching you speak in an ESPN-like fashion, right? Like you're moderating a fucking football game. It's interesting.
Down.
Why don't you just get rid of this fucking idiot?
Yeah, he is an idiot. You see, you notice how everyone around you already identifies you as an idiot, my friend. That's because you are.
I'm in a flat Earth room, right? I'm fighting in the opposition's arena. Of course, they're going to think I'm an idiot.
Well, no, you said no. It's not because you're fighting against flat earthers. It's because you said you could get established level as being a single point by digging 500 feet below the surface. That simply makes you a complete moron, very stupid, and we're pointing that out. It has nothing to do with your belief in a glurf. You're entitled to your belief in a globe. Feel free to believe all you like. Meanwhile, saying you can establish level by digging 500 feet just makes you stupid. You said it's an ad hom, then you got told off by me. That's how things have rolled here. Glad you're enjoying being told off for being a dunce, because that's what's happened.
I'm very much enjoying watching you break down.
Hold on. Does somebody from the G Plus panel want to take up the reins here?
I've only got one question. What would a 200-foot hole define?
Define in what regard?
Well, a 500-foot means I've got a level. So what does a 200-foot hole give me?
A level that's 200 feet.
So why have I got to go to 500-foot if 200-foot will do it?
Because it was a hypothetical. I just pulled a random number out of my arse to demonstrate the point. The number's irrelevant.
Say that again, what you just did. What did you do? Randomly pulled something out of your arse?
It was a hypothetical, so I pulled a number out of my arse to demonstrate the logic.
That's why you were called stupid, because by your own admission, you just randomly pulled something out your arse thinking it was an answer. And then when it was
I pulled the number out my arse. You need to focus on the specifics of what I said, okay?
Hey.
You're talking right through you, Adam.
I know he did, because he's getting destroyed, because he's just admitted what he did.
Know what level is, got diarrhea of the mouth syndrome. Get out of here,
You can
clown.
use a hypothetical to display what a term means. You don't require realistic numbers to do so.
Primary school. You don't even know what level is, you clown.
Okay. Why is Nathan two people?
Okay. Why don't you ask one of your slobber nurses?
Are there two people talking from Nathan's mic?
Yeah, why don't you ask one of your slobber nurses what level is? Go ahead.
My slobber. What is a slobber nurse? And there's a specific reason I said point, is because I knew as soon as I said your point in relation to a horizontal plane, you'd go, horizontal plane, that implies flatness. Welcome to Flat Earth. Because I've sat here and listened to your routine for the past 20 minutes.
Well, you've not listened properly then, have you? Because we've not got to that point yet. You're still yet to define the word level.
Your position in reference to a horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why.
After you just admitted it, you dingle. Yeah, listen to the words that come out of your mouth. We're responding to them.
Define a horizontal plane.
You don't require that, right? Because the point that is directly below you, and this is why I use the word point, right?
Point.
Let's say, please
points.
stay
I already
with me
dealt with this. He's a zealot. He's a zealot. He doesn't listen. I've already dealt with this.
With me here.
No, we called you stupid and put you in the dunce corner for asserting that level was acquired with a point. And now, because we've put you in the dunce corner and you've put enough distance between us putting you in the dunce corner for suggesting that you can acquire level with a point, you're going to, think that little distraction of us calling you a dunce, describing you as stupid, for trying to acquire a point 500 feet below the surface level means you can now appeal to it and just carry on with your example. No, I'll just put you back in the dunce corner. Now let my G Plus panel have my little bit of fun with you. Can you just stop him from chanting through me while I put him back in the dunce corner? No, mate, get levels from points. A single point won't give you a level. Now, I put you in the dunce corner and made it explicitly clear how stupid you were for suggesting that. You're not going to appeal to it again. That's where I step back in with you chanting through me like a bitch.
Well, then we can't have a conversation then.
Like a bitch that's lost. Now it's the I'm going to overtalk you indefinitely because I'm being demonstrated as a bitch dunce who's thick. No, mate, you're back in the dunce corner having described levels as a point. 1 point is not a level. You're a dunce. Okay, dunce? It's not an ad hom. Dunces say levels are a point. You're not appealing to it when I've put you in the dunce corner for it already once. So it's back to the dunce corner for the idiot. Levels aren't points.
We can't have a conversation, can we?
No, levels aren't points. Dunce, you're hearing me on FM? Try and tune in your brain a bit better. Levels aren't points. Repeat after me.
It's the ad homs again.
Ad hom. I've just said levels aren't points, and the response is ad hom.
No, it's what you said prior to that.
Levels aren't points. This is non-responsive. He's going to go around in the same circle jerk where we start talking about whether or not I'm ad homming him. He's already tried this trick. So we go around in a circle describing whether or not we've been ad homming each other. I say levels aren't points. He responds by telling me that's not an ad hom. Levels aren't points. You lose. Dunce, get back in the corner. Levels aren't points.
Okay.
Okay, you lose. Levels aren't points. Okay. Yeah, that's why we're calling you a dunce. That's not an ad hom. Levels aren't points. You won't get a point to give you a level because there's more to a single point than you can acquire a level from. Now, while I'm pointing this out to my audience just for their benefit, I've had to close the Discord line because he's non-stop chanting through this because this is the bit that undoes his argument. So long as he can chant so the Discord server can't hear me pointing out how his argument comes apart, he can appeal to a point being level again. No, he's been undone and told me, and there he's doing it again. I open the line immediately as soon as I make the conclusion. Levels aren't points. He's chanting again, so he doesn't have to, not appeal to it again after this little do-si-do around the same circle. We called you a dunce. Now, I'm not going to get to summarise it. If he doesn't hear it, if it's constantly chanted through, he doesn't have to address it. He can appeal to the point that isn't level again. I've already undone this dunce. Classic. There he is again. As soon as the conclusion comes, he starts talking. Levels aren't points. You won't be appealing to it, dunce. We clear?
Sure. Okay. Right.
Stop appealing to it.
Continuing with this, right? If you measure the level, okay, we'll go with level. We'll completely disregard points if it makes you happier, right? On a 3 mile.
Just define level first.
On a 3.
Define
right,
it.
Okay, I've already defined level. Your point in relation to a horizontal axis, right?
Welcome to flat Earth.
No.
Welcome to flat Earth.
We pointed out to you a point cannot be in of itself level.
Okay, I understand that, but
so why do you keep persisting then in trying to fob us off with a false definition of the term level? Just go and Google it.
He's not listening to you, Adam. What he's doing is I'm having to close the line. What he's asking for is a reasonable conversation. When he gets a refutation of what he's defined as horizontal and a plane of reference, he's going to chant through you saying, well, you're fobbing us off by saying it isn't necessary and just redefining it as a point. Well, we're not going to accept that. We put you in the dunce corner for it. And there's the chanting. I've had to close the Discord line again because at the conclusion, where we won't allow him to use a point, he's talking so the Discord server can't hear that that's the end of his argument. So he's hoping that just by chanting through the end of the conclusion, he won't get to go through using points as horizontals again. He's a dunce.
And this is why it's not a reasonable conversation, because I'm trying to have that with you. And I've pointed out we've got a definitional difference here. So there's no point in proceeding in the adult conversation until we've agreed the term level, what it means.
Okay.
Now we seem to have a difference of opinion.
He's talking to you again. We're going to get to defining level. So he starts talking because the moment we start defining this term, he starts talking because it's, as you put, not a reasonable conversation. Nobody invited you to talk,
let me know when I can
Nobody
talk.
asked you now. Nobody asked you previously. We're summarising and I've put you in the dunce corner. But belligerence means you still think it's your turn to talk through us. No, mate. When we define what level is, and you define what level is, you think that you can then change that definition to being a point, which it isn't.
Can I talk?
You're in the dunce corner. You keep rinsing and repeating the same thing, and then when we make a conclusory statement, the response we get is, can I talk? We just made a conclusion. We didn't get a response for you. We got a question about whether or not you could talk in completely unimpeded air. Acknowledge what I've just said. Acknowledge what Adam has just said. Acknowledge it without doing this, which is chanting straight through the middle of it. We're not getting an acknowledgement. We're getting asked in open air if he's got a time to talk. And when I ask him to specifically acknowledge what he's had put to him, he starts chanting through it. Because he's not here to acknowledge anything we say. He'd rather be put in the dunce corner and tell us it's an ad hom, and then appeal to it 15 minutes later. No, a point's not level. You've defined level. No doubt this will result in him starting at the conclusion for the 17th time, so that the Discord server can't hear. Yeah, there it is, right on cue. Is this a civil conversation? No, it's a prick with a glurf belief, chanting through everything that demolishes him.
Right. I will agree with you.
You're in the dunce corner! What part of go to the dunce corner till you bleed and acknowledge your fallacy that points aren't level? Don't you understand? You constantly think that the open air, where you ask if you've got a time to talk, is an invitation we've given you. Dunce! Get back in your stupid idiot dunce corner where you think levels are points.
Right, so you've
Dunce! We're not inviting you to respond! You're a dunce, you're an idiot, you're someone who enjoys being pointed out over and over again how stupid you are. You enjoy that.
I would disagree.
So you can enjoy it from the dunce corner without talking, because you're not acknowledging what we're telling you. That's not an invitation to respond, it's me telling you. Go to the dunce corner where levels are made with points. Okay, dunce, that's not an invitation to respond. I'm discussing this with Adam. How unreasonable you, the one in the dunce corner, not being asked to respond, is. That's not an invitation to talk, dunce.
Why not just mute him then? And talk?
Because I'm not in control here. It's not my bleeding server. So the server operators are enjoying this because they haven't put him on mute because it's not my... I'm answering you and I'm getting chanted by the guy who's asked the bleeding question. Still me getting chanted through.
Yeah. Until you're done.
Well, yeah, I'm not allowed to respond, right? Which is annoying because
you're in the dunce corner. You, right? No, you're being invited. No, he's still talking. Right? He's still talking. He thinks it's his invitation.
Well, right? Since you
he still thinks it's his turn to talk.
Might as well just go one-to-one.
No, dunce. No, we're seeking an acknowledgement, dunce.
There we go.
Until we get an acknowledgement that levels aren't points, you'll remain in the dunce corner. So it's not that I'll subvert this point that I've been called a dunce for.
There you go. Levels are not points.
So what's a level?
Make you happy?
So yeah, well you've defined
level
what a
is your position.
No, you're asking me if I'm happy, and then you're continuing to talk. You asked me a question.
Yeah,
it seems like it's going to be the constant, incessant rumpusing and muting of the Discord server when I answer him. Am I happy? Yeah, I'm very happy because you also defined what a level was with respect to a horizontal plane, and then now is this a civil conversation? No. Are you going to appeal to me not talking through you as you start chanting? You defined what level is second attempt in this particular session. We've reset because he said it's unreasonable. We've brought him out of the dunce corner because he's accepted that levels aren't points. And now he's still chanting through me because he's a triggered zealot. No, you've defined what level is. Let's see if on the second attempt he starts talking through the end of it like he did the first attempt in this session. You defined what level is. It's with respect to a horizontal plane. Welcome to Flat Earth's response you got last time. Now we're going to see if it's, 25 minutes for you to acknowledge that you've already defined what level is, and a horizontal plane is required for it to be level.
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, the reason I'd say that doesn't describe Flat Earth is because the amount of height dip that we get on a curved Earth framework over a 2 to 3 mile plane, for example, is not enough to functionally affect the measurements that we'd make when we're concluding how far we are from sea level, right? As you well know, over a mile's distance, I think, it's approximately...
Stop, Brian, stop, hold on, I've got to stop, Brian, stop.
Is that me stopping, or can I continue?
No, I mean, somebody was interrupting you, I was stopping them.
Okay, thank you. As you well know, over about a mile on a curved Earth model, right? Because I won't come into this assuming curved Earth is true for the sake of being generous, right? Over a mile distance on a curved Earth framework, the amount of dip between the two opposite points of that mile distance is about 8 inches, right? So that wouldn't functionally affect the distance measurement we take when we're concerning ourselves with how high above sea level we are. You technically could work that out, right? So you'd get to the point, right, how far away...
You don't need to tell me what I can work out. Stop,
me, right?
Stop. You made your claim and I listened to it. Stop telling me what I can do with your claim.
Okay.
So height above sea level.
Well, that's my claim.
I don't need
There you
to.
go,
Sorry.
you've heard
So
it.
immediately, I'm responding to his claim, which I listened to. It was unimpeded. He attempted to start telling me what I could do with his claim, and I stopped him. He still thinks it's his turn to talk. I heard your claim. Your claim included sea level. That's level. Having no part higher or lower than the other. It's not a single point. You've defined what level is. Sea level, in this respect, references the sea and how much of a horizontal plane the sea is, as you defined it. So welcome to Flat Earth. Your description, even though you told us you wouldn't beg the question of a sphere, that's the very first thing you did, and just called it a framework. But that framework had two severe problems. The dip you described in that framework, begging the question of a globe that you said you weren't doing, required the dip to be described from a surface level to describe it with. The curve you're describing is reference to a horizontal plane to describe the curve from. Again, you'll need a flat Earth to describe curve from. It's right there in your Earth curve maths if you have the slightest clue about this subject. It's called surface level in Earth curve maths. It's flat, it's horizontal, it's part of the measurement, and it will be required to claim, as you have just done, by pure fiat begging the question fallacy, that you've got a framework of an Earth curve to derive from the surface level in your maths. Further to that, in your description, you had sea level. That's level, having no part higher or lower than another. So your maths to infer frameworks of globe uses surface level, and sea level is level, and references a plane as per your definition. Welcome to Flat Earth. Earth is measured flat, in this case with reference to sea level as you just used. Stop using flat Earth measurements when you tell us you're not going to assume a globe, and then just call it a framework when you assume a globe. Stop using flat Earth measurements. Sea level isn't curved. We already dealt with this ages ago with Matthew Learns. You can't reference height above sea curve because it's not. It's height above sea level, as you specifically used. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So the reason I disagree with that is that height itself is definitionally defined as the height from essentially the core, right? If you're talking about height on a spherical object which requires gravity to function, height in any given direction is not relative to height in another direction because you're measuring the height from the center, right? So you don't, even though one point of the sea in a curved Earth model is technically, quote unquote, higher than another point, it's only higher to that point relative to the other point, right? It's not intrinsically higher than any other point because height is defined by the distance from the center of the Earth in this case, if you extrapolate.
Thank you. QE, do you have a moment? Yeah, Quantum Eraser. QE. Clearly not. Do you have a citation, please?
I can try and find one for you.
So the citation we're seeking is to suggest that the height, that's elevation, is with respect to the centre of Earth.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry, I just got back. Who said that? That is incorrect.
The guy that we're debating with has specifically said that the height, that's elevation, is with respect to the centre of Earth.
From his alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth. From nationalgeographic.org, elevation is measured from sea level, not the center of the Earth. From the Encyclopedia of World Geography.
Can you shut this zealot up? Sorry, QE. He decided that he was going to talk through the middle of you citing how fucking wrong he was. Shut the fuck up, you stupid glurf dick. Sorry, QE, I'm really sorry that the zealot interrupted you because apparently he already knew how wrong he was while you were reading out how wrong he was. No, you didn't. You very specifically contradicted that which QE was reading out when you interrupted. You dunce. You idiot. You zealot. Shut up and enjoy being demonstrably wrong again. Go ahead, QE. I'm sorry for the interruption from the zealot.
Should I start over?
Seems you may have to. The zealot was telling you how much he knew before you'd finished reading out that which he had contradicted only 30 seconds previous. Go ahead.
We heard you until the National Geographic one.
And his claim was?
Height is measured from the center of Earth.
So elevation is measured from the center of the Earth. Now, from your alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth. From nationalgeographic.org, elevation is measured from sea level, not the center of the Earth. From the Encyclopedia of World Geography, elevation can be defined as a measure of height above mean sea level.
As defined by this gentleman, with respect to a horizontal plane. So Earth is flat. His overcome was to lie about what elevation is. He was wrong, and I'd like him to now admit that.
That was not my claim, no. You've misrepresented what I said there.
It's recorded. It's recorded, you stupid.
You said level.
That's fine.
I'm just challenging that which you've just said, and you're going to keep talking. Like, just saying that's not what I said, you misrepresented me, isn't going to be met with me responding to it. Because if you just say, I didn't say that, it'll mean you didn't say... No, it was recorded. You stupid, glurf, zealot, lying scum. We heard you.
That was not what I meant by the point.
Oh, it's not what you meant.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So actually, it is what he said. It's just now he needs to rewrite history. Is that right, Joseph Goebbels? What you said wasn't what you actually meant, and now you need to rewrite friggin' history, do you? No, you were just wrong, you zealot, glurf, scum, dunce.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, okay, dunce, scum, glurf, zealot. You were wrong, and we're not going to rewrite history based on your lie that it wasn't what you said, and we'd misrepresented you. A bit like saying it's an ad hom when you're a dunce telling us you're going to dig for points. Dunce. No, you were just wrong.
I think he was saying that level...
I don't think we need a white knight to tell us what he was saying. It was recorded. I know what he said. I listened. And then he told us it wasn't what he said and we'd misrepresented him. And now a white knight needs to defend how wrong he was. No, he just needs to belly up and admit how freaking wrong he was when he said it was the distance from the centre of Earth.
The standards of conversation
maybe if you chant, you won't be so wrong. Maybe if you keep chanting through me, you won't be wrong. Maybe the three definitions that showed how wrong you were just you meaning something you didn't actually say. That was your last response. It was recorded. We all heard what you said. We went and cited contradictory citations based on what you'd said, proving you wrong, and now Joseph Goebbels needs to rewrite history. It was recorded. It is what you said. You were just wrong. Or is that a white knight?
Well, please play back the recording.
I will be. In an edit, when I'm finished recording it, you dunce. Sorry, you think I'm going to go and extrapolate it while it's bleeding recording, do you, dunce? No, what I will do, though, dunce, is after the fact I'll go back and edit out how much you lied by using your very specific words that were recorded and then putting them next to you saying, I didn't say that, you've misrepresented me, and then saying, I didn't mean that.
Well, you're not allowing me to explain what I meant, so what?
No, what you meant is irrelevant. What you said was that the distance for elevation was from the centre of Earth. We heard you, it was recorded, and now Joseph Goebbels needs to chant through me so he can tell us how I need to listen to how he can re-explain what he actually said. No, I don't need an explanation. I heard what you said, then we challenged it with citation. But being a glurf scumbag who enjoys... masochistically, how much fun it is being shown to be wrong. You're going to sit here and argue with us about what you meant when you told us distance in elevation was from the centre of Earth. You were just wrong. It isn't. It's not to be confused with the distance from the centre of Earth, as per Wiki, your alma mater. But according to you, we just didn't understand what you said, and we need to go and get the recording. It'll be edited together with you, the lying glurf, and your words that you said. I assure you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so you're a glurf scum and you haven't conceded where you were wrong.
Because I wasn't incorrect.
So it's the distance from the centre of Earth, then, as it's specifically cited as not being.
No, that was a piece of logic to show you how...
So it wasn't what you said, then. Right. So just lie for me. So just lie.
Sure, and words are used to convey meaning. If you have a problem with the words I've used, insofar as it conveys my meaning, then you can ask me to expand upon what I meant. That's how normal conversations usually go.
Okay,
right?
no worries. I'll do that then.
There's always a
I'll
semantic
do that then.
difference. Hold on,
Yeah, I'll
still
do that then.
talking,
If
I'm
you ever
still
shut up,
talking.
I'll do that then. So when you said,
why would you not let
oh,
me
is it
finish
just
my
if you
point
ask
when
me to
when
ask
I
you to
completely
expand
let
on
you
so we
finish
can
yours?
keep
It's
talking, we won't have a back and
absolutely
forth.
ridiculous,
It won't be that I'm asking you to expand on when you said that the elevation was from the centre of Earth. Can you expand on what you meant when you said that the height was from the centre of Earth? Can you expand on that specific quote that the height is from the centre of Earth when you said that? Can you expand on what you meant when you said something incorrect that's been cited as being incorrect? Can you expand on how incorrect you were, please?
So take a sphere, for example, any normal sphere, right? If you measure the height, or the distance more so, away from any point of the edge of that sphere, you're going to get the same amount of height regardless of where you measure on that sphere. Assuming you have a ruler that's 30 centimeters, for example, and you place it on any surface edge of that sphere,
that's fascinating.
It's going to be the same distance away from the edge of the sphere, right? So your distance away
we
from
got
the
it
edge
the
of
first
the
time.
Earth,
You only
even
say
in
it
the
3 times. We got it the first time. I heard you.
Okay.
Sorry, repeating it 6 times when I've heard it. I'm trying to respond to it.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, I got you. I heard you. Can you shut up now? Yeah, okay.
But that's
no worries.
Just before you go, that's the last thing I'm going to say on this, because again, you're just.
I'm just going to respond to him. I'm just going to respond to him. So no, that's not elevation, which is what was being claimed. So you can describe a conceptual height above any specific sphere, but that's not elevation, is it? Which is what you were claiming when you said height above the centre of Earth for elevation specifically. Your conceptual height that you've just described has nothing to do with elevation, though, does it? Oh, has he run away?
Well, he ain't
who
gonna
knows,
talk
but he's
no more.
retarded.
He seems to have run away. Okay, bye, you absolute dunce. Hope you enjoyed your time with me.
Yeah, we got the clip in the chat with him basically saying that he measured height or elevation from the center and its core of the Earth. So,
can you play it? Can you play it?
I think where he messed up was he said height when he was referring to distance.
Okay, what he meant. What he said is what we will take.
And that was construed as elevation when he meant just distance from central. And
he specifically said height. It's in the chat.
I know. And then he later kind of said height and then distance, and it's like the last time when he
Distance from the center of the Earth is also incorrect.
And he repeated it. He repeated it twice. He said core first, then he said center. It's in the chat.
And distance isn't going to solve this either, because that is also incorrect.
Can someone whack it in Master B just so I can play it? Because he was requesting it. Is it an audio clip, right?
Yep, it's an audio clip. It's in the chat.
Okay, I mean, I might as well saves me going back and putting it in the edit later. I'll just put it in now. Prove he's a liar immediately. No worries.
Nobody needs it. We heard him.
Sure. Okay.
Just another Glurf Elmer Fudd sophist that thinks he's clever, but he's actually a moron and geometrically illiterate.
Yeah. Also thinks he's got a right to be hogging the mic for the 90% of the time that he's here because he's the most important person with the most to say.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What do you expect, Nathan? It's like you're reading their obituary. You
Somebody
expect
saying
them
hello.
to be happy?
Hold on, Neil. Somebody saying hello or groaning and needs medical help. Who is saying hello? Full stand. Is it you?
Yes.
Hello. Don't be shy. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Since the sun, the mighty sun, is a billion times bigger than the Earth, when the moon is in between the Earth and the sun, shouldn't the mighty sun grab the moon because it's so big? It has more gravity than the moon, than the Earth. Do you guys get the question?
You said the sun is a billion times bigger than the Earthy. So, can you demonstrate
Yes.
that? Can you prove that?
Where did the measurement for it come
No,
from?
I mean, like it's way bigger than the Earth. It has more gravity.
We got the claim.
So when the
Can you all
moon,
stop a second, please?
when-
Full sand. You've got to try and be cooperative. Yeah. The question that was put to you, based on your claim, was: can you show us that? Can you prove that? Have you got a measurement for it? For example, I haven't finished asking you the question. This is not going to work out well, is it, Full sand? So try once more time. It's the third attempt. He's asking. Yeah, I haven't even started the freaking question and he's talking. I haven't even started the freaking question and he's immediately talking. So he's definitely not listening to it. I'll try a fourth time, shall I, Full sand? No, I'll try a fifth time. That means shut up. That means stop talking. That means stop talking, Full sand, and listen to the question you're being asked. You're being asked to show us the distance that you're claiming. This vast distance, this size of the sun that you're claiming. Can you show us that beyond your baseless assertion? For instance, have you got a measurement for that? Or do you know where the measurement that makes that claim originated? Do you know that? Now's the time to talk. Did he run away? Did he run away?
Let's say he did have a measurement and he knew where it came from.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't
what
my
would your
question.
next critique of it be?
What, did he run away?
Yes, he ran away.
Why? Because he was asked to prove that the sun was the size of his claim that he made. He ran away. All you did was ask
so
him
if he had a measurement and he had the data points for it, what would your next critique of his evidence be?
He didn't. We haven't. So how can I possibly?
I don't know, I'm just saying, like, if he did, though, what would your
same answer? Same answer to the same
say?
repeated question. Same answer. He didn't. I haven't. But if he did, we could do this all day, couldn't we? He didn't. I know where the measurements
I know he
come
didn't,
from.
but if he did, what would your response have been?
Do you have
Depend on what he presented, wouldn't
exactly. Depends on what he gave me.
Do you?
You have a bunch of numbers? Take it from a telescope, right, or like a radar reading. Like, it's most likely radar. You know, give you the distance and then your periodicity. You can get, you know. So let's say it's something like that. Like, what are you going to say about it? Like, it's taken from a telescope. It's just a bunch of fucking numbers.
Stop swearing, please. So what we'd do if somebody said we get the size of the sun? I'm responding to you. I'm responding to you. I'm responding to you, you dumb fuck. That means shut. That means sit down. Shut the fuck up. That's what it means. Yeah. Server operators. I'm trying to respond to him. Not getting to. When somebody like you, a dunce, another dunce, an idiot, tells me that they get the size of the sun from radar, I roll my eyes and think,
push him off.
Can someone mute whoever's chanting through this? Somebody with a mic wide open.
Right,
and demons, now demons chanting through me. Now he's shouting at me. Now he's shouting at me when I've told him to shut up. He swore at me, so I started swearing back. Now he won't let me finish my statement. So he's just an unreasonable prick. He's a dunce. He thinks the size of the sun comes from radar. Okay, fuckwit. Good for you. You think the sun size comes from radar, do you dumb shit? Well, then swear at me, because I'm not going to take the mickey out of you. Because when you told us where you got the size of the sun from, you thought it came from radar. What a fuckwit. Yo, demon stride.
Language.
Yeah, he swore at me. I'm swearing back.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth when you're talking to me.
Yeah,
Sit the fuck
triggered
down
bitch.
and watch your fucking mouth.
Radar for the sun size, eh? Keep swearing at me, dunce. Yeah, I'll just swear back at you and see how triggered you get out quickly, and how white knights come and say, look, Nathan swears, after he swore at me. Yeah, I can just mimic the actions, hold a little mirror up to this arsehole when he starts swearing at me. Sorry, excuse me. Did he give us the sun size with the radar, or is a white knight now chanting through the conclusion of this dunce's point? When this dunce offered us his evidence for the size of the sun, it was radar. What an idiot. Now I'm laughing at him for being really stupid. You hear me, demon? You're an idiot. You thought the sun size came from radar? Radar's flat. Do you not know that? It's a flat Earth proof. Idiot. Do you think the sun came from radar?
Demonstrate doesn't really make. Demonstrate doesn't really make much sense to start.
Why am I getting this guy? I want demon style. I want the dunce. The guy was swearing at me. Demon style. When we asked you for where the sun size came from, you said radar. Well, you're really thick.
How many people in this place are actually fucking
Spash, I'm not done berating Demon. He thought it was okay to swear at me in
You're not
defeat.
berating
Now I'm
him, mate.
berating
You're
his
just fucking
dumbass.
cuddling- You're just like you.
Stuttering much,
you're cuddling
Splash?
up almost.
I'm telling you to shut up
Not
while I
berating.
berate one of your fundy
Do you want me to
friends.
berate you? Do you want me to berate you, mate? Fuck.
No, mate, nobody wants that here. I'm the star of the show, not like
Exactly.
you.
So
You're a
berate him or
dunce,
stop
presumably
fucking
like your mate you're
pretending that
defending.
you know-
He said, radar, give us a sun size. Yeah, you notice how you've been muted, Splash. No, nobody wants you to berate me because you're not the one in deservance of berating me. That dunce demon style, feel free to take him off server mute. He's a proper dunce. Radar for sun size, Demon. When you gave us the response to the guy that you hypothetically wanted to have given us one, you gave it us and it was radar, and now we're all laughing at you for being a stupid idiot.
You're right. I don't say radar.
Yeah, exactly. That's precisely what came out of your mouth the first time. Dunces, globe believers, glurfs, that's what you're reduced to. Yeah, when you start telling us the sun size came from radar. Okay. Hypothetically. Yeah, you've got nothing more to add, Demon.
Stop being retarded.
You've got nothing more to add, Demon. You know, that's the end of your time here.
Yeah, somebody asked me questions.
Yeah, thank you. That's all we need from you, Demon. Now you've been told off and put in your place and you've given us a garbled,
Who
waffly
is using the
response.
normal voice?
We don't need to hear from you anymore. Yeah, I gave you the garbled voice because of your stupidity, and your response was to give me the garbled voice back, but no rebuttal. Yeah? When you don't offer a rebuttal, that's not very useful to anybody. Meanwhile, chanting ensues because Demon Style's on the mic. Yeah, exactly. That's what you gave us the first time. That bunch of word salad noise that you're making like a toddler doesn't contain a rebuttal. Meanwhile, radar doesn't.
Yeah, so if anybody has.
Meanwhile, radar doesn't give him sun size. But I am going to take the piss out of him for saying radar gives us sun size, because hypothetically he wanted the other guy to have continued the argument when he ran away. So when we put him in the driving seat with his argument, he suggested that the sun size came from radar, making him very, very stupid. That's why you're getting me giving you a rebuttal with a stupid voice, because radar don't give you sun size. Dunce. Idiot. Hello. Bye-bye, Demon Style.
The question was, can you argue your case substantively and not relegate to the dumb talk that you're...
Well, that wasn't my argument. I refuted somebody else's argument that the sun size came from radar. That was his position, the dunce's position. We're taking a mickey out of him and responding to you. You seem to be talking immediately. I didn't make a claim. I refuted a claim from a dunce.
Not you, I was talking to Demon.
I'm still responding, and it still seems like you are taking it the same tact as all your other triggered zealot globe-believing fundy muppets that need to talk as I'm talking. It's the third attempt. I'll try again. I didn't make a claim. He did. Then I ripped him a new asshole and called him a dunce for it, because he suggested that the sun size came from radar, making him a demonstrable idiot. Sorry, do you want me to attempt to not rip his new asshole for him when he says the sun size came from radar? Maybe you'd like to back his claim for him. Go ahead. He's not a dunce, right? That's an unreasonable rebuttal that I gave him. It's not stupid to say sun size comes from radar. Now you'll back that, sir, the White Knight. Go ahead, back it. It was his claim, now
No,
it's
you
yours.
misunderstood. He asked what was the question that was posed to him, and I answered him, and you thought I was talking...
And no one cares. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles to Polaris. Your globe faith relies on it. All we've got is dunces that make assertions through the top of us as we make our claims. Like that one. That dunce that just stepped in while I was making my flat Earth claim. I mean, I was put in a position, it seemed, where I'm having to justify my behaviour when I take apart Dunce's argument. But now I am making a positive claim. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. That's how it's measured. Your globe Earth faith relies on it. There you go, there's a positive claim. Deal with that.
It's not true.
It's called a hand wave dismissal. Nuh-uh. Yeah, it is. Elevation angles. It's the line of sight between you and the Polaris star and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on by definition of an elevation angle measurement. Your nutter and then trying to chant through me undoing your nutter is you talking while I'm refuting you by definition of what an elevation angle measurement of a flat Earth is. Did you think that talking through the end of the response to nutter was going to get you the win there? No, Earth is measured flat with elevation angles as per the definition of the horizontal plane the observer must be standing on to measure this angle off a flat Earth. Do you want to try your nutter again, see if it works a second time?
Show me.
A latitude.
Show me more.
More than latitude? Latitudes don't need any more. That's it. Elevation angle measurement to the star Polaris wraps around your globe after you measure Earth flat. Do you deny latitude? You need more? So you deny latitude. Latitude you don't accept, right?
What's the equation?
Do you accept latitude measurement? It's an elevation angle measurement. I've defined it 3 times for you, and you're asking me for an equation, making you a dunce. If you don't understand what I've defined 3 times as an elevation angle with respect to the horizontal plane of the observer and the line of sight to the star Polaris, that's the 4th time I've defined it, and you're asking me for an equation. You retard. Try and pay attention.
Well, we haven't got.
Try and pay attention, retard. Not talk through you being told off for being a retard. Pay attention as opposed to chant through being told off. Retard. It's not an equation. It's an elevation angle measurement with respect to a horizontal plane the observer must be standing on when measuring a line of sight in the vertical to the star Polaris. It's called latitude. My question, do you deny it? You asked for more like it wasn't acceptable. If it's not, then you deny it, correct?
Nope, I don't deny latitude and longitudes.
Well then, welcome to Flat Earth. They're measured off a plane. It seems like while I conclude, he's talking again. He's off mute. See my line dancing. His lights flashing on and off. Welcome to Flat Earth. In conclusion, latitude is measured off a flat Earth.
I disagree, and I can prove it because if you say that you believe in longitude lines, well, all longitude lines converge at one point.
Latitude. Latitude.
Oh, so longitude lines aren't real, just latitude?
Sorry, can you remove this guy? He's straw-manning me with things I didn't say. I don't want to deal with this asshole. I'm appealing to the moderators, not you, not for you to chant through my appeal. Right, I did not say the words he's just straw-man me with. Those won't ever be quoted. I didn't say those words. But what he's doing is inventing shit I did not say to attack as a straw man. Now, I am not going to accept any further discussion with this person. None. What he's done is unreasonable. Those words didn't cross my lips. But he's put them to me like I should defend them. Outrageous. Fuck off.
Is that level as a point, retard?
I have no idea. I don't care. At the point that they start making shit up that they need to attack, then they can get lost. Scum.
What was the sun measurement by radar? Is that they were measuring how big it was? Is that I missed that? I was getting breakfast.
Yep. Apparently. The guy came along and said, what if the guy did manage to give you the justification for the sizes of the sun that he said were X amount of times bigger than the Earth as a sphere assumption? You said, where'd you get the measurement? He then ran away. The guy was like, well, what if he did give you where he got those measurements from? We're like, he didn't. Well, what if he did? He didn't. Well, what if he did? Yeah, so it goes on. Well, do you want to give him us? Well, what if he said that radar gave you them?
They don't even know their own damn religion. Radar isn't allegedly used to give the size. It's allegedly, belly laughingly, used to give the distance, not the size of the sun. You guys don't even know your own idiot religion.
They don't know about Huygens and their scale. Absolutely not. These people are dunces. You think demon style was going, no. No, that's not the same as me saying radar isn't going to give you the size of the sun. Idiots. Demon style doesn't know about Kepler and Huygens, does he?
No. Shit, no.
I doubt any of the glurfs in here know.
Nope. I'll bet the farm.
We know more about your glurf religion than you do, you bunch of clowns.
Y'all see the side chat?
No, I don't watch it, ever. That's why when someone says I've got an audio clip and they say they put it in side chat, I'm like, can you send it me on Skype? Otherwise it won't get played.
They're chat skanking like maniacs in there.
That's why I don't care. Don't watch it. Don't care.
Yep, that's what they do.
That's what they do. Share your pain in side chat that I'm not looking at. Meanwhile, I'll humiliate this demon guy, for instance. Yo, dunce! Radar for sun's eyes! Yeah, I'm going to call you a dunce for that. Enjoy it. Like the other guy who enjoyed telling us that he could get a point as level measurement 500 feet below the surface. What a dunce! That's just an atom!
These people are so retarded. I can't believe they come on and say these ludicrous or make these ludicrous claims like they're so retarded. And I was trying to point a begging the question fallacy out before. He said, why can't we have a conversation between two adults? That's begging the question on his part. What makes him an adult? Isn't he assuming the very thing he's attempting to prove?
Or better still, they say, I'm not going to assume, like begging the question, that we're on a globe, but in a framework where we've got a globe with a curve derived from surface level, you're like, are you insane? In your mind, is it a justification when you say, I'm not going to beg the question, but if I assume my outcome, you're like, are you really this stupid? Furthermore, the mods, they love it. So what these people, like the guy who was like, we can dig 500 feet down for a point, for a measurement, he's been invited in by one of the server mods. They're just sadists. They just like watching these people getting tortured.
Yeah, Jetty sent him in.
Yeah, he just likes watching people getting ripped a new one, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He takes great enjoyment of it, too. I heard him the other night. He was laughing his ass off.
Yeah. Because, like you say, when they're invited in by Jedi, for the sake of argument, they don't know that we know more about their bleeding globe religion than they do. They think these is a room of flat earthers. So they're all going to be talking about a pizza pie rising up in a sky vacuum with an ice wall edge and sun and moon floating over it. They're all going to be thick as shit. I'm going to win really easily. And then you find yourself describing measuring a point 500 feet below the surface. Ooh, what a bunch of Mongols.
Defining level as a point 500 feet beneath the surface.
Can I just say, I couldn't come in earlier there. I'm out and about. That nonsense about the converging longitude lines south of the equator is debunked by UTC time.
Yep.
When are we going to get time bandits?
2026.
2026. I mean, it's a complex subject. You know, the distortion of the South is where the most egregious changes have been made. And UTC time is a quick, swift explanation, as Brian's just given. Kudos. But, you know, we just need to explain. We just don't know, do we? We don't know what's going on in the South, do we? That's the reality. We can see all the time distortions. But that's about it.
We already had the first one. We already had the first one, Time Bandit. Didn't I title it Time Bandits? I think I did. We're waiting on the more, how would I want to say, the more detailed. So the first one's already done.
I need to correct Nathan there. No, we do know what isn't happening south of the equator. And what isn't happening is the longitude lines are not meeting at a south pole point. We do know that they're diverging from a north pole point. We absolutely do know that. Okay?
Yep.
I'm really sorry. Can you repeat that, Brian? My eldest daughter came in and started talking to me.
I was just watching, not listening.
No, literally, that is the case. I do want to hear what he said, though. Sorry, Brian.
You said we don't know what's happening south of the equator. Yes, we do. We absolutely know, without a shadow of a doubt, with 100% proof, that the longitude lines are not meeting at a south pole point. They are diverging from a north pole point, as is proven by UTC correct local time.
Yes, sir.
And used by sailors and everyone else. What?
Yes. No,
yes, sir. That's absolutely correct.
Yes, I got that. that time. Thank you. Yeah, that's what you said when you came in. Absolutely correct.
Brian, that sounds really important. Can you say that one more time?
Is he joking?
I'm driving. I can't be getting involved. I'm sorry. I have to drive.
Only I can do that, Eli.
No.
I wasn't paying attention.
Say it one more time. It's very important. No, say it one more time, Brian.
Okay. We absolutely do know for sure and without a shadow of a doubt that south of the equator all the longitude lines are not meeting at a south pole point. We know this for certain because of UTC correct local time. The time zones used by sailors and everyone else. That's how we absolutely know.
Yes, we all heard it.
Don't do it, buddy. You're going to fall into the spotlight sun trap. They have an explanation for this.
Did you hear that, Glurf idiots?
What was
Sorry.
that
Hey, Elijah, you got your mic open. Thank you.
I don't think they did hear it, QE. They're all off to fire a light off a black body.
We didn't get that far, Adam. I still want to go back to the definition of level where it's a point that you measure 500 feet beneath the surface. Can we go back there?
No, he didn't say that. He said it, but he didn't mean what he said, and we haven't listened to his explanation that redefines the words he used. So we are very unreasonable in this respect, Huey. You just don't understand.
I did ask him why we were digging a 500-foot hole to define a word.
So he's typing away in chat, in text, but he's in voice, and he won't unmute to answer you.
Of course he won't. He's a coward moron. I like the piercing intellect question that Adam raised after he said 500 feet. What if you only dig 200 feet down? What you get then?
Well, the reason I'm not engaging is because I don't engage with rude people. If we can have a civil conversation, I would, but I know you're not capable of that.
You're already a demonstrated dunce. That's the reason why you don't.
Well, yeah, in your perspective, sure, not in mine.
Why? Your perspective? No, you're a dunce. You don't know what level is. At the least.
Sure, I disagree.
You can't disagree. It's an axiom, you dumbass.
Of course I can. If you're claiming I'm stupid, I'm claiming I'm not, right? Then we're at a crossroads, right?
No, we've demonstrated it. It's not a subjective topic.
Yeah, but I don't think you have. It is subjective. The idea that assigning stupidity to someone is objective is ridiculous.
Let's take a vote then.
So we don't need any more information. We're happy with you demonstrating whether you're stupid or not from your definition of level. We're still obviously, I mean,
that's
you
fine.
must be a good 4 or 5 foot down by now, almost at your definition point.
I know that's fine, and I disagree.
Do you understand that what?
No, it is a disagreement. Yeah.
No, it's not a disagreeing topic. That's subjective.
Well, I think it is, right? This is the wonderful nature of subjectivity.
Yeah. We're talking about axioms. It's not disagree topic. You're in a category here. That's non sequitur, dumbass.
It's another demonstration.
Okay, well, I naturally disagree, right? So wonderful.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. QE, Adam, and the guy in Discord. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay, first of all, we get that you don't agree. You don't have to keep telling us that you don't agree through the top of them explaining demonstrable stupidity back to you when you disagree. We got that you disagree. It doesn't necessarily mean that we care that you disagree and think it's subjective, but we keep reiterating the demonstrable stupidity, like digging 500 feet. We're even making light of it by saying, what happens if we only dig 200 feet to this point that made you stupid? You're saying, well, I don't care that you see that as demonstrable stupidity. Subjectively, I think when I define a level as being dug below the ground at a point 500 feet below it, that's not stupid. Okay, you can believe that's not stupid. In the live show, that's what got relegation to the dense corner, didn't it? That's what that got you.
Indeed.
Yeah.
You understand that doubling down on that statement just adds to the preponderance of evidence of your stupidity. You'd have come back and go,
yeah, but I'm not concerned with how you view it.
Yeah, so again, Adam, I'm really sorry. It's like the 10 seconds ago that I told him that we didn't need him to reaffirm that he disagreed through the top of statements, didn't need to come. Again, another example of demonstrable stupidity. So about 25 seconds ago, I made it clear that I didn't need you to reaffirm that you disagree through the top. And then 10 seconds after I'd finished, you started talking through Adam to tell us that you don't agree. And now you're talking through me. Okay. So let's just try that with Adam again. We get that you don't agree. We don't care. We know you're stupid and have demonstrated that. You not agreeing, that just tells me you've got no humility. And it's fine.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean I'm asking you to talk now. It doesn't mean I'm inviting a response, but you think it is your invitation because you're dunce. That's what you are, a dunce.
Sure.
Shut up. Adam, go ahead.
No.
Belligerent too.
No.
Belligerent. Do you know what that means?
When you talk specifically about someone, you invite them to talk about you.
No,
respond.
no.
Shut the hell up.
No, we don't. I don't. I run the rules.
Shithouse
I don't, because it's my rules.
Absolutely true.
No.
Shithouse philosopher, you're a dumbass too.
White
Define
Knight
level.
Demonstrably true.
Shithouse philosopher, define
Train
level.
wreck microphone. Can you just get lost? You're not helping.
Shithouse philosopher, can you define level? Mr. White Knight, shithouse philosopher, can you define level?
Hey,
The shithouse philosopher that came in to tell us his philosophy.
Was that referring to me?
Cooper.
No, the guy that
No,
was saying
Cooper, he-
we're not allowed
Cooper
to
needs
berate
to-
you after sticking you in a dunce corner and telling you to shut your mouth. He's saying, "Oh no, you can't do that. That's not reasonable." No, I don't give a shit what you think, shithouse philosopher.
Oh, no, you can't.
Is
You
what
can do
Kiwi
that, it's fine.
responded, because no matter what we describe or dunces interrupt with, it's going to be dunce central no matter what we do. You think you're smart,
Indeed.
son. You think you're smart in spite of your demonstrable stupidity and being sent to
Relatively.
the dunce corner. You need a white knight to come along and tell us, "Oh, that's not fair on the dunce."
Oh, I didn't recruit him.
Yeah, well, tell him to shut up like we are then.
No.
No, I'm telling you to shut up because I'm the one in charge.
Well, you're not. You're not a moderator.
Yeah, I am. No, you're right. I'm not.
But you do have somewhat authority. I'll give you that.
Yes, I do. I've earned it.
By
But I
exposing
just generally
dunces
think weak,
like
weak
you.
people struggle in the face of a strong.
Right, you're going to claim that it's just because I'm stronger than you. This has nothing to do with strength and everything to do with a claim that says horizontal or level is acquired from digging a hole and getting a point. So that doesn't earn you any respect to take charge of the mic as you do when you talk through me pointing out how stupid you are. But me pointing out how big of a dunce you are, an example and a concise summary of how big a dunce you are, does earn me the respect.
Can I ask this man a question, please? About level.
You really want to?
You feel
Let's
free.
start with his ABCs without the song first. Let's get the basics down.
Go on, Brian.
Is sea level, mean sea level, two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
He doesn't know what the word level means, Brian, yet. We've not got past the word level. You can't
No, he did.
apply
He defined it.
level
No, he
to
did. He
something
defined it.
yet.
He defined it as a horizontal plane. He already defined it. Level he has defined.
Would you please leave him answer?
You're an optimistic soul. What?
He's got solanin toxicity.
He's not playing ball. Sorry, Brian.
Ask him again, Brian.
Is mean sea level two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
If someone asks a question to the Brexit bot person, their server muted, I think, so they can't respond.
Is that the guy? The name of the
He's in
guy?
a hole.
Brexit bot. Is sea level two-dimensional, Brexit bot?
Is mean sea
level is a
level
two-dimensional
two-dimensional
concept.
or three-dimensional? Sorry, leave me ask the question, Nathan. Is mean sea level two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
Sea level is a two-dimensional concept.
So, not three-dimensional then. You've just proven that mean sea level is horizontal. Like on the flat earth, not a globe.
Sea level itself as a height measurement is a 2D concept, but analyze it globally or regionally.
It's over. It's just over.
Wait a second.
OVE
Wait a
or
second.
over. There's nothing coming back.
So you said that he already said it was a horizontal plane after he said you have to dig 500 feet down to measure a point. He did say
that was a
horizontal plane.
that was a hypothetical to try and express what I was
it's not
talking
a
about when I meant there were
hypothetical when I asked you to
differentials between
define
two points.
definitions.
I'm sorry,
not
QE. I'm sorry. Your summary's being interrupted by Joseph Goebbels rewriting history. I'm really sorry about that.
Okay.
Definitions aren't hypotheticals. Okay? Clown. So you
I know,
said it was
but
a
I was using a
horizontal plane.
hypothetical.
No, you said it was a horizontal plane before, and then I said define a horizontal plane. Remember that?
No, honestly.
You don't remember? That's not surprising.
So can you define a horizontal plane for us?
Yes, a two-dimensional plane that's horizontal. It's kind of self-defining.
Horizontal, isn't that redundant? You can't have the name of the word in the definition.
That's why I said it's
So
self-defining. You don't really need a
horizontal,
further explanation.
So horizontal is horizontal, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, we all understand what the word horizontal means. You don't need further definitions, unless you really don't know what horizontal means, which is
I
alarming.
know what it means. It means level.
Does it
There we
mean
go.
curving with respect to the distance from the center of a presupposed ball?
A line that's perpendicular to a vertical one. There we go.
No, what QE just said. No, what QE just said. It's that horizontal means level. You have a response to that?
No, because it does. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
So when we measure an angle with respect to the horizontal plane of reference, we're measuring Earth flat.
That's because when you measure sea level, you do so essentially. What's the best way to explain this? You're not measuring sea level. Like, let's say you're measuring a point at which you are far away from the ocean, okay? You're not measuring the distance of your point in regards to where the closest sea is. You're measuring it in regards to where the sea level would be if it was directly underneath you. That was kind of the idea of me mentioning point earlier. I wasn't trying to define sea level as a point. I was just explaining how we measure it into regards to our current location.
Yeah, we don't.
That's your height above sea level. Sea level itself is two-dimensional. Because
Yeah, the
level
concept's
is
two-dimensional for
horizontal.
sure.
Yeah, it's not a concept. It is what it is. Mean sea level is not a concept.
And that's
Well, no, because you have to use a 3D model to represent variations in sea level across different regions, right? So, like, in reality,
you don't use any 3D.
like, it's three-dimensional around the Earth, right?
When you have made, how can you use a 3D level when level is two-dimensional?
Because sea level is a functional description. It's not what it actually
can't
is.
be curved and level be two-dimensional. That's why I asked you the question.
So if you measured your height, wherever you are on the Earth,
Okay. Well, just 1 second, everyone. Hold on, just everyone, just 1 sec. If you're in Discord and you're not Brexit, please put yourself on mute. Brian, just let him finish his response.
Okay, I shall.
Go ahead, Brexit, Brit, or whatever you're called, Brexit bot. Go ahead.
So when you measure, obviously coming from a curved Earth point of view, if you were to measure yourself in regards to different points of the sea level, right? So if, for example, I measured my height in regards, if I'm in New York and I measure my height in relation to the sea level next to Indonesia, that is going to come with a very different outcome than measuring me in regards to the sea level on the coast of New York, for example, which is why we're not measuring, which is why I said that sea level in this regard is a conceptual 2D model, because we're not actually measuring our relation to a physical sea.
Yeah, we are.
No, you've just gone back on what you stated earlier. When you admitted earlier that mean sea level was two-dimensional, you're now trying to claim that mean sea level is three-dimensional. Because that would be a drop from your point on the ocean below you in New York to Indonesia.
Because you're not measuring it in relation.
That'd be 3 dimensions.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
That'd be 3 dimensions. That'd be 3 dimensions. You're going back on your original claim.
Did you know that all the oceans and the seas are all connected? Did you know that?
Yeah, sea level.
Not necessarily, no. I mean, the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea are not connected to the Mediterranean, Pacific, or Atlantic, right? But I mean, that's kind of tangential.
They're all the same body of water. You understand it?
I don't think they are, no.
And they're all not the same height. Okay, everyone stop for a sec. Right, Brian's got this guy to a point where he's confirmed that mean sea level is two-dimensional. Now he's saying in Indonesia there's a drop. No, that would be three-dimensional. I'll let Brian continue.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, well, if you're saying there's a drop from New York to Indonesia, then you're claiming that sea level is curved, which makes it three-dimensional.
Yes, sea level itself is three-dimensional because it changes, right? But the concept is two-dimensional. Especially, just really quickly, when you say mean sea level, right? Mean obviously doesn't actually exist. It doesn't yeah, but mean doesn't exist in reality. It's an average. It's a concept, right? You can't have a mean sea level that exists.
It does exist in reality. It's measured.
Well, no, because mean sea level doesn't exist. Mean is a concept. It's not a reality. Like in the same way that like average income, for example, right? Like no one average income doesn't exist. That's a coalesced measurement of everybody's income.
Both of you stop. Okay, we're at an impasse. Therefore, you're being asked for a definition, bot.
The definition of what, sorry?
Sea level.
Mean.
No,
I've already given you the
mean
definition of sea
sea
level.
level.
Mean sea level would be an average of the sea levels around the globe, right? So you take all the
No,
take the
around the
differentials in
Earth.
sea levels, then
Sorry.
divide them by the
Don't need
amount.
any
So that's how you get a
Hold
mean.
on, Brian. Sorry, where was that cited from?
NASA.
Can you post it in the chat?
The
for us,
average
please?
height of the
Hold on.
the average height of the
Hold
entire
on.
ocean surface.
Hold on. Can you just post it in the chat, please?
Yep, there you go.
Someone stick that in Skype. Is somebody in Discord that can post that to me in Skype? Please? Anybody? Nobody's piping up.
I would. I'd have Skype installed.
Not you. Do any of the moderators in
apologise.
Discord have me on Skype? Man, it's so hard when it's not your server.
All right, you want me to post it? What do you want? I'll get it. Give me
You'll
one
get it.
second.
Thank you, Eli. So just bear with us while we'll get your definition. Thanks.
What's wrong with his definition as being a source plane?
Hang on. 1 second.
Just let Brian and this guy take their time, please.
You go on Nathan, it's in Skype.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much. Whereabouts? This isn't a citation. This is an entire reference.
Sure, but the reference is at the bottom right. You got Berkeley et al. 2017 or Wills Hamilton Foreigner 2023.
Wait,
What are they saying that you're claiming?
What is the citation, please? I'm not going to trawl through your reference.
Okay, the actual citation, I guess, would be the GMSL dataset, which is there posted. If you want to link that
Sorry,
on Skype as well.
stop a second. Do you know what a citation is?
Yes, a cited study.
Don't know what a citation is, do you?
I know when you cite
No,
something, you are
stop.
referencing
Don't keep
another
telling
study.
me. I've just said a fact. You don't know what citation means. Just stop.
Oh, I do.
So you're going to give me something with a quote around it?
No. I've given you the link. You've more than free
I'm
to
not
read through it.
trawling through your, listen closely, reference. Because it's not a citation. It seems you don't know what these words mean because you keep telling me to trawl through your reference. Stop talking. Dunce.
Nathan, you don't know what a citation is. Stop using it incorrectly.
Oh, really?
Move on.
Oh, really? Sorry, White Knight tells me I don't know what these words mean while this dunce doesn't.
Nathan, red herring.
It's a
don't grab the
reference
red
to the
herring.
original material so you can investigate it yourself.
Why am I being assisted by what a citation is? This isn't a citation. I'm not trawling through his reference. He hasn't given us a citation yet.
That's
Can I
fine. If
ask
you don't want
him
to trawl
a
for the
question
reference,
on
that's
his
cool. We can end it
reference?
there.
We asked for a citation, though, didn't we?
Sure.
We sure did.
Which technically is an excerpt or a quotation, right? I accept that. But I gave you the link.
So
to the
you
study. If
haven't
don't wanna
given
read it,
us
that's
that.
fine.
So you accept that. Now you've gone and looked it up. Excuse me, White Knight. Did you hear what he just said, White Knight dunce? No, that's rhetorical. Yeah, so can you give us that, please?
No. I've given
So
you
then
the study.
get
If you don't
lost.
wanna read
So your
through that,
time
that's
is
on you.
over. So you're not going to cite it. So your time's done. You fail.
Okay,
Can I
wonderful.
just
Now
speak to him
Brian,
for a second?
now Brian will define it where you failed. That doesn't mean open your bleeding mic or talk while Brian is.
Well, I mean, before that, can I mention something, Brian and Nathan, if y'all don't mind, really quick?
I'm on notice.
It's crazy to me that you would say something as a fact. Obviously, it was the point of contention, no pun intended, between you and Brian. So you stated something as a fact. Nathan said, do you have the citation? You said yes. Now you understand that you know what a citation is and you don't have one. Now you're going to say, no, I'm not going to give it? What's wrong with y'all?
He's a dunce.
Okay.
We already established that.
Well, no, I just in the same way that you can't, I also can't be bothered to go through the entire study and find the specific data. I mean, there's a graph on the page which assumingly uses a citation from the original
I'm really
study,
sorry,
right?
Brian.
Like you can take.
Sorry, Brian. We just need him to get to the end of his elephant hurling fallacy.
Okay.
What it is.
I'm trying to. This is all a big red herring.
there is a-
If I could just deal with him.
There is a graph on the page which gives you its data source at the
okay.
top right, the satellite
Let me
data
ask you a
1993
question.
until
Let me
present.
ask you a question about your
That
reference.
is a citation.
So let me ask you a question about your reference, please.
Please
Right.
do.
Does your reference, and are you claiming that mean sea level is curved?
Mean sea level is what? Sorry.
Does your reference claim, and are you claiming that mean sea level is curved?
Is coralled.
Curved.
Curved. C-U-R-V-E-D. Curved.
No, it's just measuring the average height of the entire ocean surface.
So, no, mean sea level is level. We're back to level again. I asked you, was mean sea level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? You said it was 2-dimensional. So it can't be a point and be 2-dimensional, because a point is 1-dimensional.
Sure, I never said it was a point.
Yeah, you did.
You did.
We had to
make I didn't say mean sea
We had
level.
to make you concede that it wasn't. It took about 35 minutes to make you concede how wrong you were.
That wasn't a discussion around mean sea level.
Yeah, it was. It was a discussion where we put you in the dunce corner and only let you back out when you conceded it, which you absolutely did.
That wasn't talking about mean sea level. That was talking about sea level altogether as a concept. Now that we're talking about mean sea level, that is a 2-dimensional concept, and I've given you the citation for the mean sea level.
Sea level was 3-dimensional. Well, you were saying mean sea level was 2-dimensional.
Yes.
So is mean sea level 2-dimensional?
Stop, both of you stop, because the summary's not coming concisely. You're in a contradiction. Now you're saying it's 2-dimensional again. You said it was not you, Brian. I'm summarising his contradiction. Just chill. You said it was 3-dimensional 30 seconds ago. Now you're saying it's 2-dimensional again.
No. I said mean sea level is a 2-dimensional concept, but sea level itself is 3-dimensional.
Mean sea level can't be 1 point.
I'm well aware of that.
You need at least 2 points.
Sure.
Yeah, so it can't be 1-dimensional then. So
Okay,
is mean sea level
I never said it was 1-dimensional. I said it was 2-dimensional.
You said it was a point.
No, I didn't.
That's
Yes, you did. Now he's going to bloody blurf
we weren't talking about mean sea level at that point.
Stop. Yeah, we got you to admit it. Then we got you to concede it, taking you back out the dunce corner. And then later, you reintroduced it into the argument and said, that's why I said it was just a point. You made it explicitly clear the reason why you said it was a point. And now you glurf scum liar that you are denying it. You made it explicitly clear why you suggested it was a point. Meanwhile, we're at the point where Brian's saying, no, you can't have it as a single point, it's 2. So, we're at the point, you understand me. Okay, I'm making a question. Don't need interruption.
Okay.
Yeah? You've said it's 2 points. It's 2-dimensional, mean sea level. Brian, what were the 2 points you gave again? In Indonesia and England? Was that where you gave?
New York and Indonesia.
Yeah, those are the 2 points.
That wasn't in regards to mean sea level.
I haven't finished my freaking question.
Hang on, Nathan. No. You're going to hand him another red herring. That's where he was saying it was just sea level, not mean sea level. So mean sea level at New York and mean sea level at Indonesia, is there any drop between those 2 points?
Well, I don't really understand what you're defining as mean sea level in New York there. We don't really do mean sea level for certain areas.
Mean sea level is a measurement between the high and low tides, the average height over a 19-year period.
Okay.
It's the same everywhere in the world, right? They do it the same way in Indonesia as they do in New York. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Is the mean sea level point in New York and the mean sea level in Indonesia, is there a drop between New York and Indonesia if you're in New York?
Between the mean sea levels, I don't know.
Is there a drop between the 2 mean sea level points?
I don't know.
Okay, so that means you have no business being in this conversation.
There's mean sea levels, the average.
Nobody's asking you. White Knight, nobody's asking. You don't know.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with mean sea level as a concept. I'm not
You just contradicted yourself. You didn't even realize it. Good job, Brian. No. Yeah, you did.
How so?
Mean sea level. Brian said mean sea level is the same in New York and Indonesia. You said yes. Then he asked you, is there a drop?
No, I didn't. I never said yes. I never said yes.
Me. Why is he chanting through him? QE's summarising the contradiction and he's chanting through it. We understand that you object. Did you not understand the first 2 times I told you not to do that? Object after.
Sure.
Your contradiction again. Brian said mean sea level in New York is the same as the mean sea level in Indonesia. Then he said, is the point mean sea level in New York curving or dropping in Indonesia? And you said yes. That's a contradiction.
He actually said he didn't know after saying yes, agreeing that they're established the same way in both locations. I said, is there a drop between those 2 points? He said, I don't know. So
Yeah, but those are two different things,
Still
right?
summarizing. Brian is still summarizing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Sea level then. Is there a drop between sea level in New York and sea level in Indonesia?
No, because you're measuring sea level was just in regards to how much higher you are than sea level, right? So there wouldn't be a difference between the two.
Earlier. You said there was a difference earlier because you said they were three-dimensional.
Yeah, sea level itself is three-dimensional. Now, what I said earlier, if I can clarify, is that when you're in New York, just really quickly, if I can clarify this, right? The reason I was using the difference earlier was because I was measuring your distance from the sea level in Indonesia to the sea level in New York from New York, right? Obviously, those are two different distances. I wasn't saying that the sea level in regards to if you're in New York compared to the New York sea level is different than the sea level in regards to if you're in Indonesia versus the sea level in Indonesia.
Is there a drop from sea level in New York to sea level in Indonesia?
No.
Right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wonderful. Happy to be here.
Good. That's how it's measured.
Okay, I obviously don't think that proves what you think it proves, but
What,
there we
the
go.
Earth's measured flat? Well, we just explained it to you, and you conceded it.
No, I don't think the Earth's measured flat.
Okay. Not thinking it doesn't alter what's just occurred.
Yeah, you just
Sure, I know, which is why you're not necessarily right either, right? 'Cause it's something you think.
Sea level in New York and sea level in Indonesia. That means there is no point higher or lower than another, which means horizontal.
Yeah, that's completely correct. That goes back to the sphere example I gave earlier, right?
No, it doesn't. It's welcome to Flat Earth. If there's no part higher or lower between Indonesia and New York, then welcome to Flat Earth. That's not like, oh, well, it's like I said on the globe earlier. There's no drop between them.
Yeah, but that doesn't change. That's why I said the sphere
make you
example
stutter.
earlier, right?
It doesn't make you stutter. No, Earth's measured flat.
Me stuttering doesn't negate my point. I
You
don't
haven't
know.
got a point. You just confirmed Earth's measured flat, and we welcomed you to Flat Earth based on that affirmation that you gave us when you described no drop between New York and Indonesia. Therefore, no globe, no curve, Earth flat.
That's not what it proves, no. Because as I said with the sphere example I gave earlier, there's no drop between 2 points on the edge of a sphere either. They would still be measured the same way if you're measuring from the edge of the sphere.
Let me just get this straight. You're saying there's no drop on a sphere as a rebuttal?
No, when you measure from the edge of a sphere, you're doing so for the same in the same method and same way, regardless of where on the sphere you're measuring. It works in the same way that we measure sea level.
Okay. So to confirm, when you're saying when you do it on a sphere, it's okay to still do it flat, correct?
No.
But that's what you said earlier. You agreed earlier.
It would appear the same if you're measuring from the edge of a sphere.
Edge of a sphere?
Like what, from a point? Hold on, from a point?
Yes, if you're measuring outwards from the
my
edge of a
question
sphere.
is from a point, yes or no?
Well, no, not from a point. From any.
Sorry. The edge of a sphere.
Yeah.
I don't need interruption from G+. You said from the edge of a sphere. We heard you. I say, is that a point?
Any zone of a sphere.
It seems like I'm getting chanted through while I re-clarify that which he hasn't answered. So you're saying the edge of a sphere isn't a point?
Depends where you're measuring. If you
You
measure
won't get a
point, it
level
is a
from
point.
a
If you measure a zone, it is a zone.
Dunce. You won't get level from a point, dunce. It's the third time
Don't call me dunce, or
It's
just
the
let me go.
third time we've had to put this dunce in the corner, isn't it? With a dunce hat on. Dunce.
It's crazy because cognitively he understands what just happened. The moment you asked, is that a point? Like, why can't you?
What you mean, Eli, is he knew he was fucked. Yeah, he did, didn't he?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh, so it's from a point then. So we were getting this level from a point, like the edge of a sphere. Like it's almost like he's chanting through me, clarifying that the tangential point at the edge of a sphere is a single point, and that won't give him level. It's almost like he knows how fucked he is, and he'll have to start chanting through the summary of how fucked he was in the last 3 occasions that he was put in the dunce corner for this. You don't get levels from points, you dunce. Not the edge of a sphere I haven't finished, dunce. Is it back to while he's chanting through us in zealotry rebellion in the corner with his dunce out? He thinks he's being invited to talk. Thinks he's being invited to talk. No, you're not being invited to talk, dunce. You keep doing the same dunce mistake over and over again. Edge of a sphere's a point. Dunce.
Sure.
Well, that won't give you a level, dunce. That's why you're in the dunce corner, dunce. Stop doing your dunce, rinse and repeat for level being the edge of a sphere, which is a point. That's why you're relegated to the dunce corner again. Meanwhile, sea level... Oh, he dunces time to talk, obviously, when he's relegated to dunce corner. Get your hat on, shut your mouth. Yeah, we know sea level as a mean isn't going to give you a drop between two locations on the surface of Earth because Earth's flat. Sea level is level. Shocking, isn't it? Yet meanwhile, you need to utilise sea level and then infer that you've got some sphericity to talk about it with. Well, it's still the same. What's sea level? If I talk about a globe, no, it isn't, because you've only got a point. Dunce.
There would be a
dunce
in sea
You're
level,
in the dunce corner. Nobody asked for a response, dunce. You seem to think that while I berate you for your dunce behaviour, using points of globe edges, that it's your invitation to talk. No, you're being berated for being a dunce. It's the third time you've done it.
Every time you say dunce, I kill a baby panda. I've got a room full of them at this point.
Dunce. Being told off, dunce. Put back in the dunce corner that you came out after you conceded this point twice before. No, dunce. Edge of a sphere's a point.
Why didn't you join me there?
Dunce. Edge of a sphere, you say? I know there's been a lot of obfuscation and chanting from this religious zealot being put back in the dunce corner, and he thinks it's an invitation to respond. No, dunce. We've already done this 3 times. The edge of a sphere, you say?
I'm using edge.
Oh, it's every time I get to the summary of his dunce behaviour, he starts talking from the corner.
Okay.
Okay, dunce. The edge of a sphere is a point, dunce. That's not level, dunce. Chanting through me won't change how big a dunce you are, dunce. Level
that dunce
isn't going to be got from the edge of a sphere. Has he had to be server muted? Because he won't tolerate the rebuttal. Is that what's happened? I heard him be cut off halfway through. He's just chanting through me. Yeah, dunce. You said the edge of a sphere. The last response you gave was the edge of a sphere. Then we've had lots of fun demuting and obfuscation to your dunce behaviour that you've done twice previously. Still coming now.
Oh no, isn't it
Still
great?
coming now, the dunce chanting from the corner in belligerence.
Yep.
Dunce. You keep telling us the edge of a sphere. That's a point. Like a point of tangency, that's not level. Dunce. Get back in the corner, that's not an invitation to respond. Why do they do it? Why? I don't get it.
That's crazy. That's crazy that their language doesn't even allow for them to continue, because as soon as you ask them...
I'm not continuing because he said it's not an invitation.
Can you shut him up, server moderators,
bro.
please? Now he's decided that he's going to talk through the discussion about what's just occurred. He won't accept that the edge of a sphere is not a single point that he won't use for level. Every time the summary comes, he's going to chant, and when we discuss it, he's going to keep talking from the dunce corner. No, dunce, you conceded this, and now in rebellion, you've decided to double down on it for the third time.
You kept talking over my point as well, so I don't really think that's fair.
Can you remove the dunce from the conversation, please, moderators? The dunce just won't shut his mouth. We've done it 3 times.
You did the same thing as me, though, so I don't think that's fair of you to ask at all.
Oh, boy. Thank you.
Points won't give you levels. The edge of the sphere is a point. It won't give him a level. He keeps rinsing and repeating and appealing to the same thing over and over again.
Who's the moderator in here, by the way, that keeps muting me?
These guys all sound like my mother. You know? They're talking indefinitely. They're talking
Who's the mod that keeps muting me?
Oh, God, now he's rumpusing because he's being taken charge of. Yeah, I've told you to shut your stupid mouth.
Because you're doing...
Yeah, I've told you to shut up. I've told you to shut up because every time I point out that your last appeal was to the edge of a sphere, which is a single point and won't give you level, you chant through the conclusion each time. So I've made 6 attempts to repeat the fact that you taking us to the edge of a sphere, that's a tangent point, and it won't give you level. Now, I had to put you in the dunce corner twice previously, and every time I try and summarise it, you're chanting through the top of it. Eventually, the server moderators are going to respond to my appeals to shut you up and leave you in the dunce corner with the inability to talk. You could have sat there in silence without the server moderator stepping in. You refused because you need to chant through me saying no. You keep saying edge of a sphere. That's a tangent point. That won't give you level. Single points aren't level. That's why you're in the dunce corner. Why am I getting muted? Why am I getting muted? Why am I getting muted? Shut up, dunce. That's why you're muted. Your belligerence is why you're getting muted. When you're told by me, the one who's won, when I take apart your single point that won't give you level, and you chant through the conclusion each time I make that rendition, eventually the people who are reasonable around you, who run this server, will say, this dick's going to get shut down permanently now, because he can't take being wrong. So,
as I was saying,
go ahead, Eli.
As I was saying, sorry, Brian. Yeah, Brian, I like that. What you're asking them, because it's like they don't have any language to you can't respond sequitur to your question unless you're going to admit that the Earth is flat. Because how are you going to answer that? Is sea level or mean sea level 2D or 3D?
Yeah, because within
only
their
one
paradigm, it has to be three-dimensional.
Yep.
Which isn't level.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, kudos, Brian.
I just can't see how they even think a point can be level. I mean, if they knew the definition of a point, my 8-year-old knows what the definition of a point is. A line, a ray.
But a point is just a point. It's not anything. It's just one dimension.
Exactly.
You need 2 points for a level.
But what they're doing is because they're indoctrinated and religious and zealous. So it's like, and all they're doing is describing to you, hey, look, you know, we live on this sphere, and regardless of where you are, what we really mean is just how high you are above the surface. But obviously, we have a rebuttal to that, and they just don't like it, like above the surface.
Right, guys, we've outstayed our welcome by about an hour, so I want to give a big warm thank you to the Discord server team that's not ours and they're working on our behalf, if you will, to let us be here as guests. We got your point, but I want to thank the server operators in
No, I
politics.
got one more point to make.
Okay, make your last point, then we can all thank the Discord mods for having us as guests.
Yeah, thank you for asking if anyone had anything else.
Has anybody got anything else?
No, we're not
QE?
leaving today.
Anybody got anything else, QE? Just by chance. I
got one point.
Hit the point.
I got one point that was brought up earlier that we left it go because Brian wanted to make his point. So I asked him, are all the Earth's oceans the same body of water? And what was his claim? What did he say?
He said the Black Sea and a few others, Brown.
All the oceans, all the Earth's oceans are all connected to one another. Westfield, Massachusetts.edu. Welcome to 3rd grade geography, morons.
What about Lake Michigan? What about Lake?
Thank you for getting to the point.
You didn't ask. You said, are all the seas together? And there are not all the seas connected together.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
It was ocean.
No, he asked the seas. It was very specific because I was thinking Caspian and Dead Sea and other seas.
You know that the topic was moon sea level.
Rewind, and for streaming, rewind this.
Need to clip it again.
Okay, hold on. Let's just take the guy in Discord's point and say QE asked for, are all the seas connected? And there are exceptions. Let's just, no, even though you didn't, we'll say that you did. And say, okay, does that alter what was argued about in regards to the two-dimensional plane of reference that's called mean sea level, or not? Does this alter the argument if we take it as read that QE did say sea as opposed to oceans?
Thank you.
No?
Is my mic working? Hey, Nathan.
No.
Hey, Nathan, the reason why I'm glad you said that because seas is another term for oceans. If you look in ancient books, they don't mention oceans. They mention seas. And some ancient books mention seas and not oceans. So
yeah, but were you around earlier? What happened? Were you around?
Yes, we can hear you, Neil. Don't interrupt again.
No, I was not around.
Thank you, D. You're chasing down the red herring rather than the argument conclusion. And you're reiterating that, no, it's non sequitur in the red herring. Thank you, but there's an overarching point that Brian made that is being red herringed away from with you doing this now, just so you know.
Which is being red herringed away from QE's point, which was very slight. It was just the dude is a retard. That's why QE got the citation. It's like I just wanted that little piece of meat to kind of, before you swallow it, to chew on it a little more. And he's retarded. They're all retarded.
I'm sorry for elaborating on the red herring. I didn't know it was a red herring. All I was saying was that QE's quote was right, whether you say seas or ocean. That's all I was saying.
Fine. But the reason he made that point was that we've got a two-dimensional plane of reference in the form of mean sea level, which was conceded to. Earth is measured flat.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And did QE say the word seas, D, or is that just what you heard?
He said
so
ocean.
now you're reiterating that QE said a word that you didn't know if he said or something.
I know he didn't say it. I know for a fact he didn't say it. I listened. He said ocean. He said, are all the oceans connected? Meanwhile, the point isn't about whether it's seas or oceans. That's a red herring. Who cares which word he used? And I said, well, what about Lake Michigan? It's like, it means nothing. What he's making a reference to is the fact that when we average the oceans for mean sea level, as confusing as that terminology may be, we have a mean sea level that is two-dimensional to reference all of these different locations. That's the point. It's flat. That's the point. Not whether or not sea means ocean and vice versa. Who cares? Anyway. Thank you very much, Politics, for having us. We've kind of stayed a bit longer than we should, 4 hours rather than 3. But thank you to all the moderation team. You're fantastic for having us. And thank you for tolerating me pretending like I've got some control over the server. It's power of influence rather than power of mute buttons. But you tolerating it does make me smile when you know damn well I've got no control over anything. So thank you for having us. We'll see you next Friday.
I don't get what the problem of having a source made up of a multitude of measurements. You got several different planes of references. You take the average and get your source mean sea level. How is that hard to understand?
And what John means by that is, yes, thank you very much for having us, Discord server. We'll see you next Friday. But with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to, obviously, Politics Discord server and the G+ panel for making today's live stream possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting me up on PayPal and Ko-Fi and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.